Morning. We're once again on the record in the case of People v. Simpson. The defendant is present with counsel. The people are represented. Ms. Clark, for purposes of clarifying the record with regard to the specific items of physical evidence that we're dealing with in this motion, you had indicated to the court that the people were only going to be offering some items that were not recovered after the execution of the search warrant. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And those items are the glove, in essence, that was found in that pathway behind the guest quarters. Is that right?
That's one.
Some blood stains from the driveway area,
That's correct.
and the blood stain from the door of the Bronco.
That's correct.
Any other items?
Yes, Your Honor.
And what would those be?
That would be the one of the blood stains leaving the crime scene at Bundy, at the Bundy address.
All right, but that's not part of this motion, I assume.
No.
Okay. So it's those three items of physical evidence from the Simpson home and grounds or vehicle that is the subject of the motion to suppress.
It might be, in general, yes, Your Honor, that's correct. It might be more than 3 items because there are a number of blood spots on the driveway.
Okay.
But collectively, that's correct. Those 3 places.
And those items are enumerated in the property report somewhere in items 1 through 11?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. I believe that the detective, Furman, is still on the witness stand. Sir, if you retake the stand, you've previously been sworn and remain under oath.
Your Honor, with respect to the limitation of the scope of this motion, we'd like to make it clear for the record that the defendant will then reserve a de novo hearing on the issues raised by the motion to quash the search warrant prior to trial. That is not being addressed in this motion.
That's correct. The people have indicated that they're not offering any of the items that were recovered in the execution of the warrant, and therefore the warrant would not be an issue in this proceeding.
Thank you. Detective Furman, we have located the notes that you made in the course of your investigation in the murder book at pages 00198 through 00200. Did you review those before you testified?
No, I didn't.
Would you like to review them?
I don't think it would be necessary. Maybe during the questioning, if you need to show it to me, I would like to.
All right. The notes begin with your observations upon your arrival at the scene at 02:10, right, in the morning?
Yes, sir.
Now, you indicate in these notes that Officer Risky received a radio call, quote, possible 459, suspects there now, 874 South Bundy. Is that a direct quotation of the radio call?
Well, as much as it was relayed to me, and at that time I didn't know the weight of that call, if it was part of the homicide scene or it was something independent. And that was Officer Risky giving me that information. I picked up on that. I just made a notation to question him later.
All right. A possible 459 refers to a possible burglary, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And it refers to plural suspects. Was it your understanding that there were suspects who were observed at the scene?
I had no other knowledge other than what he told me. I didn't pursue it at that point. He was just briefing us slightly on the scene, what he knew. Then he took us into the scene, so I just made a notation.
And you also noted where that original call came from, that a resident of 874 heard something across the street?
I'm sorry, would you repeat that?
Resident of 874 heard something across the street?
That's just what Officer Risky said. Again, the way I take notes is I put a numeral by each notation, and then as I go back and start doing the investigation, I'll refer back to that note number and then write maybe as much as several pages on one area that I have to go back to. These are just quick notes that I made very first few minutes that I was at the crime scene.
Right, so these notes are actually prepared while you're there to keep track of all of your observations and
Yes,
information.
what to go back to, what I should be noting at that time. There's no measurements involved in those preliminary notes. That's the first run through the scene and talking to the officers.
Excellent. And these 3 pages are all of the notes that you took on the morning of June 13th. Is that correct?
Well, I was stopped. I was in the process of taking notes, putting my thoughts to paper, and I was told that Robert Homicide would be taking over the case. I stopped taking notes at that point and gave those notes to Detective Phillips, who then passed them on to Detective Van Adder.
Okay, so essentially you stopped taking notes because you believed you were off the case. Is that correct?
No, I knew I was off the case. It was no longer my case, so I stopped there because the way that they conducted the crime scene or their notes, I would be giving them mine and they would be taken over from that point. They review mine notes up to that point and then they continue making their own from the beginning of when they arrived at the scene.
Then the notes actually stop at 875 South Bundy.
Yes, sir.
You took no notes whatsoever of any of the events in which you participated at 360 North Rockingham.
That's correct.
When you left the scene at 875 Bundy and went to the Rockingham address, did you bring any of the evidence with you that you had encountered at the Bundy scene?
I touched no evidence and I authored no reports.
Now, you indicated yesterday that one of the reasons that your attention was drawn to the white Bronco was because it was parked rather strangely, I believe, as you put it?
Well, just when I was walking towards it, it was the front of the truck was facing my direction of travel, and it just looked a little strange the way it was parked.
All right. You indicated that the front was much closer to the curb and the back was out into the roadway?
Well, it was just wasn't parked parallel to the curb. It looked like it was parked hurriedly or haphazardly.
And you indicated the wheels were turned in toward the curb?
They were turned in towards the curb, and that could be the way the vehicle was sitting with the rear end jutting out would give me that impression when I'm walking forward. I couldn't tell you how many degrees to the right they were.
All right. Your Honor, could we mark Officer Furman's notes as Exhibit E, Defense Exhibit E?
All right, and you say that consists of 3 pages?
3 pages.
Yes, that'd be E.
I'm handing you what we've marked as Exhibit E. Are those all of the notes you took of your investigation in this case?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, we've also located among the photographs supplied to the defense 4 pictures of the Bronco automobile taken the morning of June 13th. If we could mark these Defense Exhibit F, Your Honor,
Yes.
and they are numbered 1, 2, 3, and 4. Do those photographs accurately represent the position of the Bronco automobile as you observed it in the early morning hours of June 13th?
If I could point to the photos. Photo 1 we previously saw. Photo 2 really doesn't show the direction I was walking in. Photo 3, it seems that the camera is more to the left. When I was looking at the Bronco, I was several feet back, and I believe I was more to the right of the vehicle, where the line of the vehicle seemed like the rear end was out a little bit more. As you can see here in photo 4, the right tire is about 4 inches onto the concrete part of the asphalt roadway, where the rear tire is completely on the asphalt with a couple inches to spare. And that's what I'm talking about it, it looked like it wasn't casually parked or carefully parked. It wouldn't be how I would probably park my vehicle. It just looked a little strange when I'm walking up on it.
All right, but these photographs do accurately depict how the car was parked.
I remember that it was more extreme, and I'm not sure that this photo shows the way my view of that was walking up towards it from a greater distance from this and a little more to the right. But I would say it would be fair to say that it fairly
Are you
depicts.
suggesting the automobile was moved between the time you saw it and the time these photographs were taken?
No, I'm not suggesting that at all. I'm just suggesting that where our photographer took the photos from, it doesn't really show exactly where I was walking. I was walking almost in the middle of the roadway, walking down more to the right of the vehicle. I'm not saying it was moved. It just seems that my view might have given me a more extreme angle than these photos show.
Okay. Now, when you walked up to the automobile, did you check to see if the engine was warm?
I touched the hood, and it was not warm, but I also didn't feel any moisture. Of course, I'm not sure how much of a dew there was that morning. I also didn't look at the lawn, so.
Right. When you first observed the stain on the door, did the stain appear to be wet or damp?
I didn't touch it, and it didn't appear like it was flowing or moving. I would say it appeared to be dried.
Now, I asked you yesterday about some coffee stains, and you indicated you did not observe any other food stains or possible coffee stains on the car.
That's true. I didn't observe it.
We've located 3 different impound reports which appear in the murder book at 00108, 00110, and 00111. And I would ask that these be marked as exhibits G, 1, 2, and 3. Yes. Now, these are all vehicle investigation reports related to a 1994 Ford Bronco 3 CWZ 788. That's the Bronco in question, is that correct?
I believe it is. I don't recall the plate.
All right. Now, one of these reports is filled out when the automobile is moved, is that correct?
Well, yes, it could be filled out prior to, but it's generally yes when the impound's completed.
All right. And the first of these reports indicates June 13th at 7:30 in the morning. Were you aware of the car being impounded at 7:30 in the morning?
No.
The second of these reports, which refers to a time of June 13th at 3:30 in the afternoon, 15:30, notes special instructions: take vehicle to Print Shack, PAB across street of Parker Center, 2 coffee stains on hood, disregard, not related. What does that mean?
Officer Don Thompson, who was handling the security on the Rockingham gate, said that when the media was at the scene and there was a rush of activity, one of the news people running by or walking by placed a cup on the hood of the Bronco. They immediately grabbed it, admonished him, obviously don't do that again. And he informed me that there was coffee stains. I believe he also informed other detectives at the scene of the same thing.
Now, had any yellow tape or crime scene tape been placed around the automobile?
No, and I believe the reason for that is we didn't want to draw more attention to the vehicle than we wanted at that point. We had 2 officers assigned specifically just to that vehicle to secure it. And they did that, and when the rush of media came by and the cup was put there, it was something that they really couldn't foresee and they really couldn't do anything about.
Okay. If we could mark these reports, Your Honor, as G1, G2, and G3. Are these the vehicle reports?
I've never seen these reports, sir.
I want to take you back to your...
Sir, I might
entry.
add that if I could, I do recognize the name on the bottom of the one report, one of the authors of this report is Officer Thompson that talked to me at the scene
All
about
right,
the
and
coffee
is his
stain.
name on the first of those reports, the 7:30 a.m. report?
No, this is the time of occurrence is 15:30. That's Officer Thompson's report. I have no knowledge about the other two.
All right. When you were in the room of Mr. Kalin immediately after you went to the back of the premises at Rockingham, were there any windows in that back wall of Mr. Cato's room or Mr. Kalin's room? Let me look at the chart.
I can answer that, sir. There's no windows to that wall of Mr. Kalin's room.
All right, I want to have you, could we have Defense Exhibit 8? Your memory is that no windows in the back wall.
No, there was windows in the back wall, but there was no window at the wall where the air conditioning duct or west of that air conditioning duct. On that wall of Mr. Cato's room, no, there wasn't.
All right, well, let's have you refer to where in the wall the duct was. Referring to Defense Exhibit A, would you point out where in that wall the air conditioning duct was?
Mr. Cato's room is the first bungalow. The air conditioning duct was probably just a little off center of this wall of his room, probably just to the right of his bed. There's no windows west of there. I'm not sure if there was a window for the bathroom. I'm positive there was a window, maybe two windows for Arnell's room, and I'm not positive in the back. I see a window that's depicted here, but I don't recall that.
Did you make any effort to look through those windows at all to see if anyone was back there?
To look through which window, sir?
The windows in the back wall of either the bathroom or Arnell's room.
No, I didn't look through there, no. I believe, excuse me, but I believe this window, the one window here, was the frosted type of opaque window, and I'm not positive, but this, I think, was a higher window, elevated past my point of view. I'm not positive on that.
All right. Would you like to write a W where you indicated there was a window in Mr. Cato's bathroom?
A little light of a pencil. You want a W where?
At the location where there was a window in Mr. Cato's room or the adjoining bathroom.
I don't recall a window in his bathroom. I said there possibly might have been one, but I know there was a couple windows when I went past the air conditioner, but I don't know if one of those was his window.
All right, so you don't recall ever observing in the quarters occupied by Mr. Cato a window?
No, I don't.
Now, in preparing your testimony for yesterday and today, did you confer with the district attorneys who are prosecuting this case?
Well, yes, we talked.
Was this just a conference between yourself and the district attorneys, or were the other detectives involved in the case present?
No, we didn't talk about the case in the presence of the detectives. In fact, at one point, Marcia and I just talked between ourselves, but it was nothing very pointed, just about the tactics of the defense and that everything's going fine. Just tell everything that you did, and you're doing fine.
All right. Now, was this after the motion to suppress was filed a week ago today?
I'm sorry, are you talking about which conversation?
the conversations with either Ms. Clark or Mr. Hodgman?
We discussed my portion of this case prior to the motion to suppress. They asked me just exactly what went down, and they said, well, we're comfortable with that, and that was pretty much it.
So you did not have any discussions of any of these events after the motion was filed on June 29th?
Well, we reiterated the same thing we talked about before. They said, what'd you do then? It was much the same as they would be bringing me through a testimony, and they felt comfortable with what transpired and what I had to say.
When you say they, who were you meeting with?
Mr. Hodgkin and Ms. Clark.
And were any other detectives present at that time?
No, I talked to them by themselves.
Now, if you were giving someone directions to go to Mr. Simpson's home on Rockingham, how would you direct them?
From the Bundy location,
Yes.
I would probably say go northbound on Bundy to, there's two ways. You could go eastbound on San Vicente past Cliffwood to Rockingham, or you could go up Cliffwood northbound from San Vicente. That would probably be the easiest way. Cliffwood northbound to Sunset, and Sunset east to either Bristol Circle, Rockingham, and then go northbound once again. Bristol Circle will eventually curve you around to Rockingham. Cliffwood, if you went northbound from Sunset, would eventually bring you to Ashford, and Rockingham would go directly to the house.
Wouldn't the simplest way be just go up Bundy to Sunset and then go left to Rockingham?
Well, it's the simplest in some of those streets is the ones that have lights to get across Sunset, and the simplest way is not to get lost. If you give somebody Bristol Circle, it's kind of confusing. There's Bristol Court, there's Bristol Circle. It's kind of confusing.
Right. And finally, if you could reiterate for us the precise time as you remember it that you first observed the glove on the premises at 360 Rockingham.
It's pretty hard to be precise, but I'll get as close as I can. We arrived at approximately 5:10.
Now, I'd just like to know the time that you observed the glove.
Okay, if you give me a moment. I'd probably say approximately 6:15 to 6:30.
6:15 to 6:30?
Maybe it could be as early as 6, but like I said, I didn't look at my watch at that point.
Thank you.
Ms. Clark, do you have additional questions?
Thank you. The note that was pointed out to you by defense counsel just now concerning Officer Risky, that
Yes,
was a radio call that was given to Officer Risky?
No, I believe so. I had heard him indicate that he heard the call. I don't know if it was directed at his police unit or another unit, and he picked up the audio part of the call. He just informed me of that situation. I didn't know if it was related at that time.
Did you ever determine how a burglary call came to be placed concerning a murder investigation?
No. Once I was no longer part of the primary investigative team, I was at the direction of Detective Ben Adder and Lang, and they pretty much dictated the investigative path we were going to take, and that's why I gave them my notes and just followed their direction from the remainder of the time.
What, if any, impact did that information concerning the radio call received by Officer Risky have on your actions or your decisions on that night or early morning of June the 13th?
Well, it would lend the possibility that there was other people other than the two victims at the scene, which corroborated the footprints leading away from the scene. It would say that someone, a victim, a suspect, or I believe if there was a call that said suspects, it could have been one. It could also have been the struggle in front of the house. I had no idea because I never took it any farther.
So did that radio call received by Officer Risky have any impact on the decisions you made later concerning the case? What to do as the events unfolded through the early morning hours of June the 13th?
At the Bundy location?
Right.
Or? For me, no, because I was relieved of the responsibility of decision-making at that point. And as I said, I was just going at the direction of Detective Van Adder and Lang.
Do you know whether they ever knew of that radio call that Officer Risky got concerning a burglary in progress?
I know they received my notes, so I assume that they read them and they did talk to Officer Risky. I was not privileged to be there when they talked to Officer Risky, so...
So you don't know what they found out about that? Or, all right.
No.
With respect to finding the glove, after you found the glove, what did you do? You saw the glove on the walk, then what did you do?
I continued eastbound on the path that went to the rear of the property, and I spent, I'm not going to say a considerable amount of time, I would estimate it to be about 15 minutes, looking for a person that could have left that glove there, which really indicated that somebody was injured. I continued to look in all places that I believe a human could either secrete himself or collapse in that area, and then I returned to the front of the residence.
So you walked all the way back to that back area that you've indicated earlier on the diagram, shown here behind our, what's marked as, on the defense diagram as our Nell's room?
Behind that location, yes.
Then you walked all the way back up this path, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
And all the way around through the driveway and into the front?
I believe there was, I believe Detective Phillips was standing in front of the residence, and I spoke with him.
And when you got inside, you said you spoke to the detectives?
Yes.
Which
I believe,
one did-
I'm sorry. I believe Detective Phillips informed Detective Van Adder and Lang of the discovery, and they came out to me in the front.
Did they come out one by one or all together?
One by one.
So did you go with them each time?
Yes.
And who did you go with first?
Detective Phillips.
And what was the route you took with him?
The same route that I took originally, from the front entrance, directly south in front of the garage, and then entering the path going eastbound, continuing down, explaining the areas and how and why I determined that the main house was separate by this corridor from the rest of the bungalows, and how the architecture changed, how I was describing that to him, and then how I looked down and saw the dark object 15, 20 feet in front of me, and then got closer, I realized what it was, and it was right almost exactly where Mr. Kalin described a crashing noise.
And the area on the wall where he described the crashing noise, was there any window near to the area he described hearing the noise come from?
No.
So then after taking Detective Phillips down to that area and describing everything that you saw, who did you take next?
Detective Van Adder?
And did you do the same thing with him?
Yes, exactly the same thing.
And so each time you went, you took the detective all the way down to where the glove was and brought them all the way back?
Yes.
And then did you do the same with Detective Lang?
Yes.
Did you take any of the detectives all the way back to the area behind our Nell's room that you described going to yourself earlier?
I don't believe so. I described that, I described to Detective Phillips, and I'm almost positive I did to both the other detectives, how as soon as I scooted underneath the air conditioner that pretty much covered the path, it was elevated, but it covered the path. I ran into the spider webs, and I told them that. I told them I looked in the area, but I didn't see anything that would lend us to believe that anybody was back in that area.
When you said you scooted under the air conditioner, How, did you have to stoop down? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, scoot down, and you don't have to get in your hands and knees, but you have to get down low. It goes on an angle. It's an air conditioner that sticks out, I don't know, 1.5 feet, 2 feet, and then it has braces that go at a 45-degree angle to the air conditioner that attaches to the wall at the bottom below it.
And after you took the last detective all the way back to show the glove, did you come back out to the front of the house?
Yes.
And what did you do then?
I didn't do anything. I just stood there and waited, and I went in and I heard a discussion by Detective Van Adder, and a comment made shortly thereafter about we're going to have to handle this like a crime scene.
Do you know approximately what time that was when you heard that discussion?
No, after this I came out front. To be honest with you, I was a little taken back by what had transpired. We didn't enter with any intention of finding anything there, and I just kind of stood out there, and I was really kind of collecting my thoughts. When I found the glove back here on this pathway, I'd have to admit to you that the adrenaline started pumping, because I didn't really know what was going on, and no matter if I found a victim or a suspect, I still had some type of a very serious situation at that time, and I think I was coming down from that a little bit.
You mean, when you say the adrenaline, you mean from seeing the crime scene?
No.
From seeing the glove?
When I found the glove and actually realized that this glove was very close in description and color to the glove at the crime scene, my heart started pounding, and I realized what I had probably found. When that gets going and you never get a chance to run it off or get rid of it, you get kind of a downtime, and I think I was collecting my, not composure, but my thoughts a little bit out front.
And so while you were collecting your thoughts and relaxing after your discovery, you heard a discussion going on inside the house?
Yes, I walked into the front of the residence, and in the kitchen, Detective Lang and Van Adder were discussing what's been found. I believe Detective Phillips was there also, and they were discussing, that we've really got another crime scene here, and then I heard search warrant brought up. We're going to have to get a search warrant. Detective Van Adder said that, and I don't know exactly what time that was.
You were not in the frame of mind to examine your watch or look at a clock?
Like I said before, I was kind of taken back by the whole event, so we didn't go up there for this. And
Yes. Mr. Owen?
Detective Furman, who was in charge at the Rockingham scene? Which of the 4 detectives?
Detective Van Adder.
And like yourself, Detective Phillips had been relieved of further responsibility in the case?
Well, at that time, there was actually 3 detectives that responded to the Bundy scene. Myself, Detective Phillips, and Detective Roberts. He got there after us. He was interviewing witnesses, I believe the witnesses that saw the dog. He had gone to West LA Station, so while we were there at the scene, we were all relieved.
Now, with respect to the excitement you felt at encountering the glove, you realized immediately that this may have broken the case?
I don't think it was excitement. I was caught on a 2-foot path and a poorly lit with a little tiny flashlight by myself with no vest. And I must admit that I think the only reason I proceeded is I felt more that I might have had a victim than a suspect. I don't know why I thought that. Like I said, I did not believe the circumstances would unfold as they did when I led these detectives up to Rockingham. I continued, probably hoping that I could find some answer for this glove or somebody that had been injured or something, but it was more alert than excitement.
And the first person to whom you reported finding the glove was Detective Phillips, is that correct?
Yes, he was in front of the residence. He was the first person I saw, and I said, "Ron, come here, I got to talk to you."
And you took Detective Phillips back to see the glove before you even informed Detective Van Adder that the glove had been found?
Yes.
Right, so Van Adder learned about the glove, what, about a half hour after you found it?
No, I think it would be within 15 minutes, maybe
Well,
10.
you indicated that you spent 15 minutes after you saw the glove searching this area behind the house.
Oh, I thought you meant after I talked to Detective Phillips. Yes, after. I did do that, and then I came and talked to Detective
Then you
Phillips.
came to talk to
Right.
Detective Phillips and took him back?
Right.
That took what, about another 15 minutes?
10 or 15.
All right. So Detective Van Adder learned about the glove for the first time a half hour after you discovered it.
That could be very close to the time,
Thank you.
yes.
Nothing further.
Anything further, Ms. Clark?
Detective Furman, you're estimating time for us now, are you not?
Yes, I can't remember, outside of being at the crime scene on Bundy, I didn't look at my watch much at all that morning.
And at the Rockingham address again, are these estimates of time, the amount of time that elapsed between certain events?
Absolutely.
Thank you, I have nothing further.
Anything further, Mr. Ullman?
Nothing further.
Thank you, Detective. Remind you that you are not to discuss your testimony with any other witness in this matter. You can discuss it with the lawyers if necessary, that's all. You may step
Yes,
down.
sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You can call Detective Van Adder.
Mr. Ullman, exhibits G, 1, 2, and 3 are on the witness stand. Would you mind collecting those, please?
Certainly.
All right, Detective, you were sworn yesterday in connection with these proceedings, so you may retake the witness stand. I remind you that you are still under oath.
Yes, Your Honor.
State your name for the record.
Philip Van Adder.
Spell your last name, please.
V as in Victor, Annatter.
Ms. Clark.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Van Adder, tell us what you do for a living.
Yes, I'm a police detective, Los Angeles Police Department, assigned to Robbery Homicide Division, Homicide Special Section.
And how long have you been assigned to Homicide Special Section of the Robbery Homicide Division?
I've been assigned to Robbery Homicide Division for 15 years, the Homicide Special Section for about 8 years.
How long have you been on the force altogether?
25 and a half years this month.
And how many homicides have you investigated in those 25 and a half years?
Well, I've been assigned actually working homicides, started in 1973, and have probably been personally involved in over 200, and have probably been to or assisted in 500 to 600 crime scenes.
Can you tell us what the Robbery Homicide Division does?
I can tell you what the Homicide Special Section does, yes.
Okay.
We are a section set up to handle high-profile or very involved or serial-type murder investigations.
And in that regard, sir, with respect to the case now before the court, what is your role in this case?
What is my role?
Yes.
I was assigned this case at, I got the original phone call on the 13th of June at 3 o'clock in the morning, responded to the scene, and took charge of the investigation.
So you are one of the investigating officers in charge of this case?
That's correct, yes.
And how many others are there?
Well, there's my partner, Detective Tom Lang.
And is he also assigned to the robbery homicide special?
Yes.
And you got the call, you tell us, at 3 o'clock in the morning?
I got the original phone call at my home at 3 o'clock in the morning, that's correct.
And where did you go pursuant to that call?
I was instructed to go to 875 South Bundy. I prepared myself and responded to that location
What time did you arrive?
at 4:05 in the morning.
What did you see when you got there?
I was met by Detective Ron Phillips and Detective Mark Furman. Detective Phillips is the homicide coordinator for West Los Angeles Division. I was told that there was a double homicide at that location and that one of the victims had been identified as Nicole Simpson. Detective Phillips further told me that two small children, had been taken from the residence and were presently in custody at West LA Division.
Now, did someone walk you through the crime scene so that you could see what you had there?
Yes,
Who was that?
Detective Phillips gave me a walkthrough of the crime scene.
Now, when you say a walk through, did you step through the evidence?
No. Well, we approached the actual scene of the two victims through a planter area that would have been south of the actual location of the two victims. And
Go ahead.
And then after viewing that location, he gave me a walk through the walkway that headed west to the back of the apartment building that led to the alley.
So you stood from a position where you would not disturb anything in terms of the crime scene or the evidence in it.
Definitely, I was standing in the foliage in a planter.
Can you please describe for us the condition in which you found the victims in this case?
Yes, Nicole Simpson was lying at the entrance gate on the walkway right in front of the front step that stepped up to go up toward the residence. The gate was open, and Ron Goldman was lying directly north of her location in a planter area that would have been on the north side of the walkway.
Now, were you able to tell what the cause of death was at that point?
No, I could not. It appeared to be massive injuries. There was a lot of blood. Blood had actually drained and run down the walkway toward the sidewalk. There was a lot of blood there. I couldn't tell other than there was some type of massive injury.
Now, were you able to see any evidence near either one of the victims?
Yes.
What did you see?
I saw at the feet of Ron Goldman a man's leather glove, left-handed leather brown glove. Just below that, which would have been just directly southeast of that, was a blue knit watch cap. Also, between the two victims, I saw a white envelope lying on the ground. There was a set of keys and a pager.
Did you go into any other areas of the crime scene to examine them other than that front area where you saw the victims?
Yes.
Where did you go?
Detective Phillips took me west on the walkway that would be on the north side of the residence to show me, and I observed bloody footprints appeared to be leading from the actual crime scene, the locations of the two victims, to the rear of the building along the walkway. I also observed, as he's showing me, as we're going through, blood droplets that appeared to be not associated with the two victims, as if the person leaving the bloody footprints was dropping blood from something, as they appeared to be straight down drops on the ground.
Did they appear to you, those blood drops, to be alongside the bloody footprints?
Yes, definitely.
Now, when we say footprints, were those bare footprints?
No, they were shoe prints.
Could you see a definite heel in those prints?
There was a pattern, yes, I could see a pattern.
And I'm sorry, did you say, to what side of the footprints did you see the blood drops?
The left side.
Thank you. Now, having made the observations that you did at the crime scene, sir, did you continue to confer with the West LA detectives, Detective Furman and Detective Phillips?
Yes, that's correct.
Why did you do that if this was your case?
Well, I was waiting for the arrival of my partner, who was approximately 20 to 25 minutes behind me. I instructed the two West LA detectives that we would take charge of the scene, and I waited for my partner to arrive to acclimate him with the scene also.
At some point, did you leave the scene of 875 South Bundy?
Yes.
Why'd you do that?
Well, a number of reasons. Knowing that one of the victims had been identified as Nicole Simpson, knowing that her husband or ex-husband at that point was a very well-known person, that we had two children in custody, two minor children that had been taken from this very traumatic scene. We made a determination to go to Mr. Simpson's residence in an attempt to notify him of the death before the media got word of it, and to also make arrangements for the disposition of the two children that were his children.
So who went with you to the location of Mr. Simpson's residence?
There were three others beside myself and my partner, and Detective Furman and Detective Phillips.
Why did Detective Phillips and Detective Furman go with you?
They had been originally involved in the investigation. They were assisting us, and we went up there for a number of reasons. Again, I say, also knowing the close proximity of the crime scene to where Mr. Simpson lived, it was also my feeling, my belief, that we needed to check the welfare up there also. This was a very traumatic, bloody scene.
Tell me, sir, so you drove actually that night from 875 South Bundy to 360 Rockingham Avenue?
That's correct.
Can you estimate for us about how long it took you to get from 875 South Bundy to 360 Rockingham Avenue?
Probably not more than 5 minutes.
So what happened when you got to the Rockingham Avenue address?
We drove up Rockingham, north from Sunset Boulevard, to Ashford Street, turned right east and parked at the curb, and walked to the gate. And as I drove in, I noticed a white Ford Bronco parked at which would be the east curb of Rockingham. Parked on the Ashford south curb, and got out and attempted to utilize the intercom to raise someone in the home.
And the intercom that you're talking about, where was that located?
The intercom is located on the east side of the Ashford Street gate. And looking at this diagram, it would have been right in this area right here.
For the record, the witness has pointed to the area where what appears to be a wall indicated up by the Ashford Street meets the edge of the driveway that is to the right edge of the driveway, at that corner. Was that a button you pressed?
Yes, that's correct.
When you pressed the button, did you hear anything?
Yes, I could hear the phone ringing inside the residence.
Did you get any response?
No.
When you drove to the Ashford Street side, did you come up Rockingham first?
Yes, that's correct.
As you drove up Rockingham, did you notice whether there were any cars parked outside the Rockingham gate in front of the residence?
Yes, I did.
And what did you notice?
I noticed a white Ford Bronco parked at the east curb of Rockingham, just north of the Rockingham Gate to the residence.
Showing you the exhibits that have previously been marked as collectively People's Aid. Can you tell me if you recognize what you see there in photograph A, B, and C?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That's the Ford Bronco that was parked at the curb.
So you rang the first time and you received no answer. What did you do next?
Well, we rang the bell for a period of time, probably 10 to 15 minutes, attempting to raise someone in the residence. There was a light on the bottom floor. It appeared to be toward the south side of the house, and there was also a light on in the upstairs portion of the home. We rang the bell for a period of time trying to get some response, and we didn't.
Could you estimate how long you rang the bell for without getting a response?
Oh, I believe it was in the area of 10 to 15 minutes, probably. During this time, I noticed a West Tech security sign, which is a private security company that works in that area. And I requested Detective Phillips to contact them to see if we could get a telephone number for the residents.
And did he do so?
Yes.
Did you have a phone with you? A mobile phone?
He did. I didn't.
Did he use that
Yes.
to make a phone call to West Tech?
Yes.
And after making that phone call, what happened next?
We continued to ring the bell. In the meantime, I walked back around while the other detectives were there. I walked back around and looked at the Ford Bronco and noticed that the Bronco was parked like it had been hastily parked at the curb, with the front end a little closer to the curb than the rear end. And Detective Furman was with me, or there, when I got there. And he directed me to look in the rear of the vehicle. In the rear there was a package that was addressed, I believe, to Orenthal Productions. There was a shovel and a piece of plastic wrapped up in it. I asked Detective...
I'm sorry, sir, but the package that you said was addressed to Orenthal Productions, did that mean something to you?
Well, yeah, it indicated to me that it was most likely Mr. Simpson's vehicle, because I knew his name was Orenthal.
Okay.
I asked Detective Furman to run a Department of Motor Vehicle registration check on the vehicle.
Did he give you the results of that check?
Yes,
And what was the result?
that the vehicle was registered to Hertz Corporation.
And what, if any, significance did that information have to you?
Well, I knew that Mr. Simpson was a spokesperson for Hertz Corporation. I'm trying to get some response, and we didn't.
Could you estimate how long you rang the bell for without getting a response?
Oh, I believe it was in the area of 10 to 15 minutes, probably. During this time, I noticed a West Tech security sign, which is a private security company that works in that area. And I requested Detective Phillips to contact them to see if we could get a telephone number for the residents.
And did he do so?
Yes.
Did you have a phone with you? A mobile phone?
He did. I didn't.
Did he use that
Yes.
to make a phone call to West Tech?
Yes.
And after making that phone call, what happened next?
We continued to ring the bell. In the meantime, I walked back around while the other detectives were there. I walked back around and looked at the Ford Bronco and noticed that the Bronco was parked like it had been hastily parked at the curb, with the front end a little closer to the curb than the rear end. And Detective Furman was with me, or there, when I got there. And he directed me to look in the rear of the vehicle. In the rear, there was a package that was addressed, I believe, to Orenthal Productions. There was a shovel and a piece of plastic wrapped up in it. I asked
The
Detective...
package that, I'm sorry, sir, but the package that you said was addressed to Orenthal Productions, did that mean something to you?
Well, yeah, it indicated to me that it was most likely Mr. Simpson's vehicle because I knew his name was Orenthal. I asked Detective Furman to run a Department of Motor Vehicle registration check on the vehicle.
Did he give you the results of that check?
Yes,
And what was the result?
that the vehicle was registered to Hertz Corporation.
And what, if any, significance did that information have to you?
Well, I knew that Mr. Simpson was a spokesperson for Hertz Corporation. I believe it was his vehicle.
So you made the observations of the Ford Bronco,
Yes.
then what?
Walked back around. By this time, West Tech had sent a unit to our location.
Did you speak to them
Detective Phillips did.
in your presence?
Yeah, I was standing back. I didn't hear the total context of the conversation. But Detective Phillips told me that he was having a hard time securing a phone number for the location and that they were sending a supervisor to the scene.
Did you or Detective Phillips find out whether West Tech had been given advance notice that the defendant was going to be out of town?
Yes.
And what was that information?
The information was that West Tech had no prior knowledge of any travel plans for the occupants of that residence. And they also informed us that there was supposed to be a live-in maid at the location.
Did you wait for a supervisor from West Tech to come out and give you the home phone number?
Yes.
And what did you do in the meantime?
We still attempted to ring the bell to raise someone in the residence. At that point, I was becoming a little worried. It seemed like that there were lights on. We knew there was supposed to be a maid there, and we were getting no response. During this period of time, Detective Furman came to me and directed me back to the Ford Bronco.
And what did he tell you?
Pardon?
What did he tell you?
He told me that he saw what he believed to be blood on the car, and he directed me back to the vehicle and pointed out an area along the driver's side door handle of the car. I
And-
looked at it, and it appeared to be blood to me also. At that point, I told Detective Furman that I was really worried based on the fact that we had a very violent murder scene within 5 minutes of Mr. Simpson's residence. We had no knowledge of any travel plans that he had. The security company was not notified. There was supposed to be a live-in maid there. There were lights on in the residence, and there appeared to be blood on the outside. I became very concerned at that point.
Now, at some point, did the West Tech supervisor arrive?
Yeah, he was there. He was there. He came. He gave a phone number to Detective Phillips.
And did you dial that phone number?
Detective Phillips did with his mobile phone, yes.
What was the result of that?
We got an answer phone from inside the residence indicating the voice on the answer phone something to the extent, "This is OJ. I'm not here, leave a message," or something like that.
So there was no response using the
No.
home phone?
No, there was an answer phone.
So at this point, having received no response through phone calls to the house or ringing at the gate, with lights on in the house, and all that you learned from West Tech, you saw the blood on the Bronco.
That's correct.
What did you decide to do?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the form of the question.
Mr. Shapiro, Mr. Ullman apparently is handling this part of the
No, I'm
motion.
going to do this.
You're going to do
Yes. this point in time that the question, 90% of it is restating his testimony. The question was, what did you do next? Motion to strike the question.
Well, the question's not evidence.
No, I understand that, but we object to the form of the question.
Ms. Clark, I really am paying attention. You don't have to repeat everything.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I didn't mean to indicate that you weren't.
All right.
I was just making a foundational showing with the officer to bring him along.
All right.
So based on all you knew, what did you decide to do?
I conferred with my partner very briefly, told him my concerns, and made a decision that we should go in there to check and see if everything was okay.
What were your concerns, sir?
Well, my concern was, again, we were within 5 minutes of a very, very brutal murder scene. I knew that the scene was connected with Mr. Simpson because it was his ex-wife and children were there. After arriving there and learning that that no one had any knowledge of any prior travel plans, seeing lights on in a residence, being told that that there should be a live-in maid, I was concerned that something had occurred there, whether I had a second murder scene, whether I had someone injured, whether I had someone that was stalking Mr. Simpson and his wife, whatever. I become concerned that someone could be hurt or injured in that location.
At that point, how long had you been outside the residence at 360 Rockingham attempting to reach someone inside?
I would have to estimate that, and I would say in the vicinity of 40 minutes.
Did you make any attempt to verify whether the blood, what you thought was blood on the Bronco, was indeed blood?
Yes, after I was shown the area and come to the conclusion that it looked like blood to me, I requested a criminalist to respond to my location, knowing that regardless of what I had there, whether I had another scene, someone injured, or whatever, there was going to have to be collection of evidence. So I requested a criminalist to respond to my location.
And to confirm or refute what you thought was blood?
Exactly, yes.
So at that point, what did you decide to do?
Go over the wall.
Did you go over the wall?
No, no. I asked Detective Furman to. He's younger and I believe probably a little more athletic than me, so I asked him to go over the wall.
And he did?
Yes.
When he did, what happened next?
He opened the gate by releasing a hinge, and we walked to the front door of the residence. Knocked on the door several times. Got no response.
You knocked, after knocking several times and getting no response, what did you do next?
Again, I still had the concern that this could be a second crime scene, a second murder scene. So we began checking the property to ensure that no one was hurt, injured, or not a second scene there. So we moved from the front door area around the north side of the residence to check the area to make sure no one was down or whatever, and moved to the back of the residence.
For the record, the witness was pointing to the path indicated by two parallel lines curved to what appears to be an indication of foliage on the illustration on the Ashford side of the residence. And where did you go when you went up through that Ashford side of the residence?
I was actually behind. My partner and Detective Phillips were in front. And as I walked through, I noticed a pool area, a tennis court area behind, and I was looking to see if I could see anything on the grounds as I'm going back.
What do you think? What do you mean by anything? What were you?
Any persons down? Anybody hurt? Anything? I didn't really know at that point what I had or what I was looking for.
Did you? So you were just walking back there and scanning the area?
Yes, as I walked back on the walkway.
Was it lit back there? What was
No.
the lighting like?
No, it was dark.
Where did you go?
I followed Detective Phillips and my partner, Detective Lang, to a guest house area, which is at the rear of the location on the south side of the property.
Do you see that indicated on the defendant's exhibit?
Yes, I do.
Can you point it out for us?
Yes, I crossed along the back of the residence between the pool and the home into this area.
That's right, if I stand up. Can you point that out for the board, please?
Yes, we came down the walkway around the back of the residence, observed this area, and walked over here and started to knock on the doorways.
And is that the area on the diagram marked Cato's room?
That's correct, yes.
Were you standing at the door of Cato's room when someone knocked?
I was standing back. I was up, there's, I believe, 3 steps that go down to a walkway to the door. I was standing up at the top of the steps when Detective Phillips knocked on the door.
What happened next?
The door was answered fairly quickly by, turned out to be Brian Kalin. Detective Phillips asked him if there was anybody else on the property, and he said, yes, Arnell Simpson was in the room next door, which would be the room which would be directly south of where he was at.
On the defense diagram?
Yes,
And is that marked as Arnell's room on the diagram?
that's correct.
Prior to doing so, did he or you or anyone in your presence inform Cato that what was going on, what had transpired?
No one did in my presence, no.
Do you know what, if anything, they gave him as a reason for needing to contact someone who could gain access to the main house?
You know, I didn't talk to him at that time. I don't really know.
You don't know what the conversation
No.
was with him? After this Cato directed you to Arnell's room, what did you do?
I followed my partner. My partner knocked on the door, and it was fairly quickly opened by Arnell Simpson.
So you did not remain with Cato.
No.
Did anyone?
Detective Furman, I believe, remained with Cato at that point.
When you went to Arnell's room, what happened?
She answered the door, and I believe Detective Phillips had come up, and Detective Phillips told her that we needed to get in touch with her father. Did she know where he was at? And she responded, she answered the question with another question. She pointed toward the house and says, isn't he here?
Indicating the house when he said here.
Yes. And
And
I asked her, I says, well, is he? I don't know. Is he here? And she looked sort of quizzical, and she says, at that point, I believe myself, I asked her, well, do you have a key? Can we check and see if your father's here? We need to get in touch with him. And she says, yes, I have a key. Let's go into the house. And she took us into the house.
Did you or anyone in your presence inform her of why you were there in these early morning hours asking about her father?
I believe she was informed as we walked toward the house by my partner that we were investigating a double homicide that involved Nicole Brown.
Was there any indication given to her at her door of the guest unit, that there was something going on, some emergency?
Yeah, that it was an emergency, that we needed to contact her father.
So she opened the door with a key
Yes,
and invited you in?
yes.
Once you got in the house, what did you do?
I immediately asked her, knowing that there was supposed to be a maid there, I asked her, where is the maid's quarters? Isn't there supposed to be a maid here? And she took me through the back of the house, into the kitchen, to an area off the utility room that would be on the south side of the kitchen.
Why did you ask her to do that, take you to see the maid?
Because I was worried. I didn't know what was going on. I didn't know whether the maid was there, whether she was injured, whether she'd been murdered or what. I needed to find out.
So Arnell took you to the maid's bedroom?
She took me to the room, opened the door, and you could look in and see that there was no one there.
Did you look to see whether there was any signs of struggle or violence that occurred there?
There didn't appear to be in that area of the house, no.
Now, why was it that you asked to go into the house to check on the whereabouts of the defendant?
To try and find out if he was in the house, or if the maid was in the house, or if anybody was in the house.
But you received no response when you called the phone and rang the bell on the intercom. Didn't that tell you that he certainly was not at home, or the maid was not at home?
No, not at all. Going back again, we had knowledge that West Tech had no prior knowledge that there was any travel plans. We had knowledge that there was supposed to be a live-in maid. We had just come from a very violent murder scene. We see what we believe to be blood. We could have had a second murder scene there, or we could have had someone injured there. We needed to check that.
So you were inside the house with Arnell after seeing the maid's room. What did you do next?
She came back into the kitchen area where my partner and Detective Phillips was, and this is all happening very quickly. She believed she told Detective Phillips that she could find out her father's location by calling his office. They would always know where he was at. And she placed a phone call.
Now, while she was placing that phone call, where were you?
I had moved back toward the back of the house. I was intending on going out to look around the grounds
What for?
to see if there was anybody hurt or injured there.
Where were the other detectives?
Detective Lang was with Detective Phillips, and Detective Furman was, I believe, still in the back with Brian Kalin.
Now, you say Detective Lang and Detective Phillips. Where were they?
They were in the kitchen area with Arnell Simpson.
With Arnell. Did you search the house?
I briefly looked as I moved back toward the back. I didn't see anything unusual in that portion of the house. And shortly thereafter, Detective Furman came to me and says, "Hey, you've got to talk to," he was calling him Cato, Brian Kalin. "Listen to what he has to say."
When I say did you search the house, did you go upstairs?
No.
Look around?
No.
Did you go into the den area or the living room areas or the dining room areas?
I could see the majority of the downstairs of the house from where I was at.
Did you go to look under cushions or in cabinets or in
No.
linen closets?
No.
So the nature of your search, quote unquote, was that you walked to the back of the house and looked around to make sure you saw no one.
Exactly. I was looking for people, not other things.
People, not evidence.
Yeah.
Were you present in the house while Arnell made the phone call to try and locate her father?
I believe at that point when she was making the phone call is when I started walking toward the back, and was shortly thereafter approached by Detective Furman, who directed me to sit down at the bar area and talk to Cato.
And did you do that?
Yes, I did.
What did Cato tell you?
Well, prior to that, Detective Furman had told me that Cato had told him that he'd heard a very loud noise on the south side of his room, and that he was going to go back there and check and see if everything was okay. And he told me, ask him or have him tell you about this noise that he heard. And I sat down there and talked with him, and he told me that that evening he had heard a very loud thumping noise outside, that he thought it was an earthquake, and it had actually moved the picture on the wall of his room.
Having heard that, what did you think?
Well, again, I had the same suspicion. It's very unusual to hear loud thumping noises outside your bedroom. I thought possibly somebody was hurt or somebody was down out there, and that's why Detective Furman was going to that location to check.
At that point, when you sat down and talked to Cato, had contact, to your knowledge, yet been made with the defendant?
I believe it was being made at that point.
Were you privy to that conversation?
No, I was not.
And when I say that conversation, I mean between the detectives and the defendant.
No, I was not.
At the point that you spoke to Cato, what were your concerns?
My concerns that, again, knowing all the information I knew, my concern was that someone was hurt, someone had been killed, someone had been injured at that location.
After receiving that information from Cato, what happened next?
While I talked with Cato in the bar area, which is toward the rear of the house, there was a bar area set up. Within probably 10 to 15 minutes, Detective Furman came to me and says, "You've got to come with me and see this." And he led me to the south side of the house.
Detective Furman did that?
Yes.
Do you know whether before he took you outside, you saw him leave the house with anyone else?
Detective Furman?
Yes.
The last time I saw Detective Furman, he was by himself.
Then you were not privy to his movements, I take it?
No.
Okay. Where did he take you?
Do you want me to show you with the pointer?
Sure.
He
On the
took me-
defense exhibit, the defense diagram?
Yes. He took me from the back area of the house around the north side, across the front, and into a small walkway on the south side of the residence, which would be the common wall that connects the main residence with the guest house residence on the south side here.
He didn't take you out the front door?
You know, I believe you're right. I believe he did take me through the house and out the front door, now that I think about it. There was a lot of movement going on. But I think you're right. I think we walked from the back through the front door and came around.
But you could,
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the point of the question. Clearly, it was obviously legally suggestive. The officer now is saying, yes, you're right. That he's referring to the leading and suggestive nature. It's totally improper. Should not have been asked. The answer should be
Your Honor, I think a simple...
Overrule, Ms. Hope.
Oh,
All right. We are going to take the morning break at this time. It is a little bit after 10:15 for 15 minutes. I remind you, please do not discuss your testimony with anyone, and we'll continue in 15 minutes. All right, we're once again on the record in the case of People versus Simpson. The defendant is present with counsel. The people are represented. Detective Van Adder is on the witness stand. I remind you that you're still under oath.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Clark.
thank you, Your Honor. May I interrupt very briefly? I just received
Yes.
the curriculum vitae and certainly going to be calling on the blood work Greg Madison. I'm handing it to counsel now. And Detective Van Adder, you indicated that you went to the south side of the property. You indicated the area that you went to with Detective Furman on the defense diagram.
Yes.
And what did you find there?
Detective Furman pointed out a man's leather glove to me.
Showing you the exhibit that's marked as People's 9 for identification. Can you tell me if you recognize what's being shown in these photographs?
Yes, I recognize that.
What?
That's the walkway along the south side of the residence that has a chain link fence as a property boundary. And the C, D, and E represent the glove that was lying on the walkway there.
And does that represent, do those pictures in C and D depict the original condition in which that glove was found
Yes,
and location?
yes.
Was that glove significant to you?
Yes, it was.
Why?
It was a right-handed brown leather glove that appeared to be a match for the glove that the left-handed glove I'd seen at the original crime scene.
Now, after you saw that glove, excuse me, strike that. You were with Detective Furman when you saw that glove, is that what you said?
Yes, he took me back there.
Did you walk back out with him?
I believe I did. He went to get, I believe Detective Lang or Detective Phillips to also show it to him.
So he took each of you back there to show the glove?
Yes.
Now, by the time you saw the glove, sir, well, let me ask you this. Can you point out the route you took back after you saw the glove?
After I saw the glove?
Right. After you saw the glove, where did you go?
Yes, I came from the location back in here. I came back into the front and onto the driveway out in here.
When you arrived at the location of 360 Rockingham, can you describe what the lighting conditions were in the sky, I mean, not the house?
When I first arrived there?
Yes.
It was dark.
By the time you had seen the glove and come back onto the driveway, what was the lighting like?
It was pretty light by then. It had begun to dawn and broken. It was light.
In that growing light, were you able to make any further observations?
Yes.
What did you see?
I saw originally what appeared to be a blood droplet in the driveway. And I walked west in the driveway and observed several others that appeared to be leading from the area of where the car was parked.
And by the car, you mean?
The Ford Bronco.
And the blood drops, where did they appear to be leading from the Ford Bronco?
To the front door of the residence.
Showing you what's been marked as people's age. Do you recognize what's being shown in this photograph, these photographs? Excuse me.
Yes, I do.
I'm directing your attention specifically now to D, E, and F.
Yes.
What's being shown there?
Those are droplets of a red stain, ultimately determined to be blood, that were found in the driveway of the Simpson home.
Showing you also a series of photographs that have been marked as people 6. Do you recognize what's being shown in these photographs?
Yes, I do.
I'm directing specifically your attention, sir, to photographs D, E, and F.
Yes.
What's being shown there?
That shows the driveway leading from Rockingham Avenue to the front door of the residence.
And you see little, let me hold this with the court. I'll help you see your honor. In D, E, and F, I see little, what appear to be little pieces of paper.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
What are those?
Those are identification numbers that are completed and placed there by the criminalist at my direction to photograph and show the location of the blood droplets.
So those tags mark where blood droplets were found?
That's correct, yes.
If you know, sir, what time was it when you made the observation of those blood droplets in the driveway after you'd just seen the glove?
Again, I would have to estimate that. I believe it was around 6:45 or so in the morning.
Now, backing up for a moment, at the time just prior to the glove being found, what were you trying to do? What was your state of mind with respect to what you were doing there at 360 Rockingham just before the glove was found?
We were there to ensure that all the occupants were safe, that a notification was made of the death of Nicole Brown, and that a disposition was made for the children that we had.
And to that end, I think you indicated before you were trying to locate the defendant.
Yes.
What steps did you take to locate the defendant while you were inside the residence?
I looked around the bottom area of the home, and at that time, telephone calls were being made And during that period of time, I was informed that, I believe by my partner, that Mr. Simpson had been located in Chicago.
Now, when that was going on, what were you doing?
I was between the kitchen area and the bar area with Cato.
So this was all these events were kind of happening at once?
Yes. We were actually spread out. We were not all together all the time. And all these things are happening all at the same time. They were not a sequence of events, but a conglomeration of events that was occurring.
So while you were doing one thing, the other detectives were doing other things, and you were kind of all working at the same time.
Exactly.
After you saw the glove and on your way back saw the blood drops, then what was your state of mind with respect to what you had to do there at 360 Rockingham?
My knowing at that point that Mr. Simpson was in Chicago, failing to find any evidence of any forced entry or anybody injured or hurt at the location, I then changed. I began to feel that I had a scene there that was connected to the crime scene at 875 South Bundy.
And in that regard, what did you do?
I instructed Detective Furman and other personnel at the scene there that this was now a protected scene, that it needed to be protected for investigation, and that I was going to secure a search warrant for the residence.
Now, had the criminalist arrived yet?
No.
So you had already secured the location for the purpose of securing a search warrant before the criminalist got there?
Yes, I did not leave the location at that point. I waited for the arrival of the chemist for a couple of reasons. I wanted to be sure that what I was seeing was blood, and I wanted to be sure that the evidence was protected. And in the Los Angeles Police Department, at murder scenes or crime scenes, criminalists collect and protect the evidence.
And that glove that you saw on the south side of the property that you've earlier identified in the photographs, were you concerned about loss of evidence on that glove?
Oh, definitely. The glove was in the elements, was outside. There could possibly be trace evidence on it, fiber, hair, what have you. Also, there was an animal, a dog, running loose in the residence lawn. And I wanted to make sure that it was protected before I left that scene.
Now, strike that. While all this was going on, do you know where Arnell was?
I believe she was in the house.
Was there still some effort being made at that time, if you know, to help the children be placed somewhere?
Yes.
Did the children ever arrive at the residence?
Yes.
Do you recall when?
I believe it would have been prior to 7:30, because that's when I asked for the place to be secured, totally secured.
When you say totally secured, then what do you mean by that?
I asked Arnell and a friend of hers, Al Cowlings, that she'd call to help her pick up the children, if there was a place that they could go away from the residence to eliminate any possible contamination of any evidence that may be in the house. And they said yes. And at that point I asked them if they would mind doing that, and they said no.
Do you know when, do you know if Mr. Collins came and brought the children with him to 360 Rockingham?
No, I believe the sequence of events on that is, I believe a phone call was made to Mr. Cowlings after notification had been made to Mr. Simpson, who instructed, I believe, my partner to release the children to his daughter,
Arnell?
Simpson. I believe she called Mr. Cowlings. He responded to the residence and took her to West LA to pick up the children.
What time did you leave the residence to secure this, to obtain a search warrant, sir?
Approximately 7:30.
At what point did you secure the house for the purpose of obtaining that search warrant?
Just prior to that, I asked him to leave. I asked him if they had a place to go to. I had the evidence protected earlier than that outside. In fact, I believe the criminalist arrived there shortly after 7 o'clock, and I showed him the physical evidence outside and left him instructions that it was to be protected, marked and photographed, and that the fact that there was a dog running loose on the compound, so to be very careful to protect the evidence.
So let me ask you this. What was the time frame between seeing the glove and the blood drops in the driveway and then securing the house for a search warrant?
It was not a long time. I would say no more than 30 minutes total.
Could be less?
It could be, yes.
Okay. Were you looking at your watch to time every event that occurred?
No.
So are the times you're giving us estimates?
Yes.
Okay. To the best of your knowledge, sir, was when you secured the house, when you made the determination to secure the house, was A.C. Collins already there, or did he come up later, if you know?
He was there because I spoke with him.
Do you recall seeing any children in the house before you decided to secure the house for a search warrant?
No, I recall seeing the children leave, but I didn't see them prior, I don't think.
You saw them leave from where?
From the home there.
Oh, you did? You mean from 360 Rockingham?
Yes, that's correct.
Who was taking them out?
Al Collins and Arnell Simpson.
But you didn't see how they got to the home?
No.
And that was when they were leaving pursuant to your request so that you could secure the house for the search warrant?
Yes, that's correct.
I have nothing further.
Mr. Shapiro.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Detective Van Adder.
I
Or
think
good
it's good.
mid-morning. Good mid-morning. We haven't taken an afternoon.
Good morning, Mr. Shapiro.
Detective Van Adder, with your experience as a Los Angeles police officer, are you one of the more senior detectives in your unit?
Yeah, I believe only my partner has more time than I do in our unit, yes.
So between the two of you, you are the two most senior ranking people in homicide in Los Angeles Police Department. Isn't that correct?
No, in
As far
our
as-
unit.
As far as detectives in your homicide unit.
Yes, in our 12-man unit, yes.
And your unit is the special unit.
It's named Homicide Special Section, yes.
And it's special because you investigate special situations.
We investigate certain type cases, yes.
That are somehow defined as special.
Well, that's not always the case, Mr. Shapiro. A lot of times we handle any type of case. If there's an overload at one of the areas and they need help, we go pick up their cases too. So that's not totally true.
But in general, you told us if there is a serial murderer, that would come to your special unit.
Yes.
And if there was a high-profile person who was involved in a murder, that would come to your unit.
Most likely, yes.
And if there were murders of prominent political people, that would come to your unit.
Yes, most likely.
What other types of things would come to your unit that would be categorized as special, not overflow?
Very, very involved cases that the homicide detectives at the divisional level don't have the proper time or manpower to investigate those type cases.
So you get resources and time above and beyond what detectives in the substations get.
I don't know that I don't believe that half of that statement is probably true. We probably have more time than the average detective. I don't believe we have any more resources than anybody on the department would have.
Let's, for a minute, focus on the resources that you have out of your unit.
Okay?
You were familiar with the time Mr. Simpson surrendered with Mr. Callings to the Los Angeles Police Department on Friday, were you not?
Yes, I was. When he surrendered?
No. He came back to the Rockingham house, did he not?
I'm familiar when he was taken into custody, that's correct.
And when he was taken into custody, did he, in fact, surrender to the police?
Well, I don't know. I wasn't at the scene. I know he was taken into custody, though.
Are you aware of what took place at the scene?
I believe, yes.
And at the scene, how many members of the Los Angeles Police Department were there?
I don't know, Mr. Shapiro.
What would be your estimate?
There were quite a few. I don't know.
More than 10?
Oh, I would think so, yes.
More than 20?
I don't know. I don't honestly know.
As the senior ranking detective in charge of this case, you oversee all aspects of this case, do you not?
We have a hand in all aspects of it. However, that situation that you're talking about there is a tactical field situation that is handled by field supervisors, not by detectives. That would have been handled by someone else.
Let me just ask you generally in terms of your observations and in terms of your knowledge as to how the police department works. If it was reported that there were in excess of 100 police officers there, would you say that would be a fair reporting?
I'm going to object to the relevance of this.
Sustain.
Your Honor, may I just be heard on that?
All right.
This is very, very important foundationally to show resources that are available in an emergency situation and resources that are available to this detective and resources that were used at the time that he was dealing with the situation on Rockingham.
Same objection, Your Honor.
The objection to sustain, Mr. Shapiro, is to the number of officers that were present at
Thank you.
the Friday night incident.
I take it that you have special training to have the classification of being a special unit detective.
No, I don't know. I don't think that's necessarily true. I think that's based on a person's work history and experience.
What about special abilities?
I would not be the one to ask that question if I have special abilities.
Well, I don't want you to be modest. Very, very important foundationally to show resources that are available in an emergency situation and resources that are available to this detective and resources that were used at the time that he was dealing with the situation on Rockingham.
Same objection, Your Honor.
The objection to sustain, Mr. Shapiro, is to the number of officers that were present at
Thank
the
you.
Friday night incident.
I take it that you have special training to have the classification of being a special unit detective.
No, I don't know. I don't think that's necessarily true. I think that's based on a person's work history and experience.
What about special abilities?
I would not be the one to ask that question if I have special abilities.
Well, I don't want you to be modest.
I take a lot of pride in my job, Mr. Shapiro,
And,
yes.
and you wouldn't be in that important position if you didn't have the credentials, the experience, the knowledge, and the background to have such an important detective job, would you?
That's probably true, yes.
And as such, you are familiar, are you not, with the procedures that are mandated by the Los Angeles Police Department for investigative techniques in homicide cases, are you not?
Yes.
Are you familiar with Los Angeles Police Department chronological record form 3.11.6?
Yes.
And is that something that is used to record in depth the chronological record of the investigation in a homicide case?
The chronological record is a record that's used to, as time permits, to make a chronological entry on a log as to activities that have taken place in that investigation.
And doesn't that form require the recording of the dates and times of the initial notification and of all investigative contacts and processes?
It would be impossible to list all investigative dates and processes.
My question is,
The majority, yes.
Isn't that what the manual that you're trained under and the policy requires?
Again, it may state that. However, that record is used as time permits in an investigation to record functions and activities that have occurred in that investigation.
My question is, does it state that?
I don't know the exact wording.
Do you have Form 3.11.6 that you used in this case?
I believe my partner has kept a chronological record on just regular paper. I don't think we have the chronological record in the case.
Would you take a moment to review your materials and see if you have such a record?
I think I just answered that. I believe my partner kept a chronological record on regular white paper instead of using the form because the form wasn't available when we first started the case.
But
We didn't have it in our possession.
You say you think. Would it help you to refresh your
I
memory?
know he has,
So
Mr. Shapiro.
you're sure that you don't have
I'm
this form?
positive, yes.
So the chronological record was kept by your partner on a piece of blank white paper?
Yes, he's kept
Again,
it.
objection, irrelevant. What does this have to do with the motion to suppress?
I assume that we're heading in some
Yes.
direction here.
Yes, we are, Your Honor.
All right. Do you want to make an offer of proof about this chronological record as it relates to this motion?
Yes, Your Honor, that we will show that improper procedures were followed from the very beginning of this investigation until the time that Detective Van Adder has testified, that proper forms and procedures as outlined by the Los Angeles Police Department have not been followed, that times, dates, and records of events that should be recorded are not recorded, and quite frankly, Your Honor, this will go to the credibility of Detective Van Adder and his testimony here today.
May I be heard, Your Honor?
Yes.
I fail to see how the use of a particular form or the use of a blank page in lieu of that form has anything to do with the propriety of the officer's conduct in searching the residence at 360 Rockingham. I'm sorry, Your Honor, I just don't see the connection. The officers used what they could at the time that they could under a pressing need and an urgent situation. The issue was the information required to be recorded on the chronological record recorded in some manner, not whether they used a form that was pre-printed or not. And I'm sorry, Your Honor, but I just can't see the relevance of this line of questioning to whether or not proper procedures were followed with respect to the decision to go over the wall and do a cursory search of the grounds.
Well, with reference to the utilization of specific LAPD forms or procedures that don't present constitutional issues, I really don't see the relevance of whether every I was dotted and every T crossed. However, with regard to whether there's impeaching information within or missing from some of these records, there could indeed be some relevance. I'm just, I guess, going to have to hear a question by question. You make your appropriate objections, and I'll make the rulings at the time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Have you reviewed the chronological record that was done by your partner?
No.
Would you take a moment, please look at that, please?
Certainly.
Do you have one available?
No. My partner has the books in the hallway.
Okay, maybe the district attorney might
If
be
we could
able-
get them from him, I could,
Or maybe the district attorney might have a copy here.
it's a possibility.
Detective Van Otter, are you familiar with something known as a homicide book, or in the vernacular, a murder book?
Yes,
And is that something that is routinely prepared by the Los Angeles Police Department?
yes,
And is part of that murder book the chronological record?
yes.
Do you know where to find the chronological record in the murder book?
Yeah, it's in section 1.
Would you look for that, please?
Okay.
Have you located the chronological record?
Yes, I sure have.
And how many pages does it consist of?
7 to date.
7 to date.
Yeah, 6 and 3/4 to date.
And there's, by policy, to be a chronological record for each crime scene, is that correct?
No, there's normally one chronological record kept for the case.
For the case. So that
Yes.
that would include then the crime scene at Bundy,
Yes,
what you later found to be the crime scene at Rockingham,
yes.
and the crime scene in Chicago.
Well, that was a separate investigation. We were not privy to what was going on in Chicago.
You didn't have any detectives there?
We did, but we were not personally involved in that. We had no information at that time what was going on there.
Well, you say you were not privy to it, so the Chicago Police Department didn't tell the LAPD what was going on in Chicago?
No, you're asking a question. May I explain that question?
No, you can answer my question.
Okay.
Objection, Your Honor, the witness should be allowed to explain his answer, especially because he's being questioned as an expert in his field.
Well, I think he's trying to give an answer, but I don't think you're going to try to explain Mr. Shapiro's.
No. I'm going to try to explain the answer to his question.
That we would like.
We have a 2,000-mile separation. We have detectives with instructions to go to Chicago and complete an investigation, while my partner and myself are working here in Los Angeles. We did not have a constant communication with the detective back there, so I would say that I was not fully aware of everything that was going on back there.
Would you say that this is under your jurisdiction as part of your investigation, or is this not part of your investigation?
It's part of the overall investigation of this homicide, yes.
And does the proper procedure for Los Angeles Police Department require a chronological record for that investigation, yes or no?
Yes.
Is there a chronological record for that investigation, or is that included in the 7 pages?
No, I believe there's a separate record kept with the other investigation.
Okay. And have you seen that?
No.
Would you look for that, please?
I don't have those books. All I have is the investigation that's been going on in Los Angeles here.
Well, you just said it would be proper for Los Angeles Police Department to have a chronological record, and my question is there such a record? And if there is, would you show it to us, please?
Again, Your Honor, I'm going to object. This is form over substance. We're still talking about whether forms were used and certain forms were filled out and who's keeping them. This has nothing to do with a decision made under urgent conditions to go over a wall or not to go over a wall.
The objection is sustained.
Your Honor, may I be heard on that, please?
Well, Mr. Shapiro, let me just state one thing. I recall, at least at some point during the course of these proceedings, a large envelope being handed to you by Ms. Clark, and a statement by Ms. Clark saying this relates to Chicago. I don't recall exactly when that was, but it was during the course of this. And if there are discovery issues to take up, I'm willing to do it if it's necessary, but I don't think it's necessary to do it in the course of this particular motion.
Your Honor, may I be heard briefly?
Yes.
This is not a discovery proceeding, clearly. This is a proceeding to determine the truth of the testimony from the witness stand. What we want to establish is, if there was a chronological record done, perhaps we haven't seen it. We'd like to see it. If all they have are the 7 pages, we'd like to establish that because we believe through impeachment, we will show that the testimony given from the witness stand is not true.
Well, Mr. Shapiro, this whole Chicago chronology, whether it exists or it doesn't exist, I just don't see that it's relevant to this particular proceeding.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, regarding the 7-page chronology that you have, that should, according to your policy, include the dates and times of all investigative contacts and processes. Is that correct?
If that's physically possible to do, yes.
So you would expect to find in there what took place when you went to Rockingham. Is that correct?
You would expect to find an entry there that would indicate that we were at Rockingham, yes.
And you'd expect to find an entry as to the time you arrived at Rockingham.
Isn't that noted? I haven't looked. I don't know whether that's noted or not.
I'm just asking if you'd expect to find that, yes or no?
It could be there, it could not be there.
I know it could or couldn't be there. We all know that. The question is, without looking at it, sir, would you close the book, please?
Certainly.
Would you expect to find it there?
Yes,
And would you expect to find there notations that this was an emergency situation?
no,
Would you expect to find there that backup units were called, if they were?
not necessarily.
Would you expect to find there that paramedics were called?
Your Honor, again, same objection. This line of questioning is simply not relevant to a decision made under emergency conditions as to whether or not to go over a wall.
The objection to this particular question is overruled.
Would you expect to find notations that a paramedic unit was called?
Yes.
Probably not. You would probably find that under a section of the book that relates to ambulance information.
Would you expect to find notations that you notified communications that you were at another location?
Not necessarily.
I'm asking you, would you expect to find that?
Not necessarily.
You may or you may not.
Exactly.
Are you familiar with the Los Angeles Police Department follow-up report?
Yes.
After you go to a crime scene, if there are additional factors that are not included because of time constraints in the initial report, you do a follow-up report. Is that correct?
Again, Your Honor, I'm going to object. It's irrelevant.
Overruled.
A follow-up is done in general terms to attempt to explain what has happened. It's not a detailed description of the entire case.
An attempt to explain what has happened. Let me ask you this. Did you file an initial report outlining what you testified here today in an official LAPD, on an official LAPD form?
Same objection, Your Honor. What does it matter whether it's filed on an official form or the information is contained on a blank piece of paper? The issue is what information and what decisions were made and why they were made. This line of questioning is going to minutia as to whether or not a form was used or whether a blank piece of paper was used. I don't see the relevance.
Well, is the import of your question whether a specific form was made or whether in fact a report was prepared?
The import is clearly whether a report was prepared.
All right, the objection then is overruled. You can answer that, sir.
A follow-up report was prepared.
Was an initial report prepared?
I don't know what you mean by an initial report. There was an initial death report and crime report that was filed.
I'm saying an initial report of you and the 3 other detectives' activities at Rockingham. Did you file an initial report?
No.
You filed a follow-up report.
Yes.
How much later did you file the follow-up report?
Your Honor, objection. Objection irrelevant. Whether reports were filed at certain times and what forms were used, how can that be relevant to whether or not an appropriate decision was made under the circumstances to go over a wall?
Mr. Shapiro, are you expecting to offer some sort of information from a report that is at odds with what the testimony was here?
Yes, Your Honor.
So this is a foundation to that?
Yes.
All right. With that understanding, the objection's overruled.
You did file a follow-up report, is that correct?
My partner did, yes.
And when was that done?
The date should be on the report. I don't know exactly.
Have you seen the report?
I've seen it, yes.
Did you participate in the writing of the report?
No, I did not.
Did you give any information that was later contained in that report?
I must have. We talk all the time.
That's the purpose of the report, isn't it? What Van Adder did, what Phillips did, what the 4 detectives did there. One person writes the report, isn't that correct?
The purpose of the report is an overall view of the investigation.
And have you read that report for errors and omissions?
I've read the report. Not recently.
When you read it, did you find any errors or omissions in the report?
None that I recall.
If there were errors or omissions, as a detective, you would correct those with a supplemental report, would you not?
If there were errors, I don't know what you mean by omissions. Again, that's just a general overall report that gives a general outline of the investigation.
Are you satisfied with the content of the report as far as accuracy and veracity regarding what transpired at Rockingham?
Am I satisfied with it? I don't know what's contained in there regarding what occurred at Rockingham. I'm satisfied that my partner did a comprehensive report, yes.
I thought you said you read it.
I did read it, but again, I haven't read it recently, and I don't recall what's in the report, Mr. Shapiro.
Would you take a moment to read it and refresh your memory?
Certainly.
How long is that report, do you know?
I don't know. Okay. Yes, I'm satisfied with what's in it.
In the report, in the third paragraph, it says upon arrival that you noticed a Bronco, and the vehicle was parked at an angle to the curb with the rear end jutting out into the roadway.
Okay.
Is that accurate?
Yes, the rear end was sticking out farther than the front end.
Well, it says into the roadway. What is that? What did you mean, or what did your partner mean by that term?
Well, the vehicle is parked on the roadway. Where it was parked is part of the roadway. It was the rear end was sticking farther out into the roadway than the front end
How
was.
far was the rear sticking out further?
I don't know. I didn't measure it, sir.
Well, this was an important event for you, was it not?
There were a lot of things occurring at that time. I didn't measure it, Mr. Shapiro. I don't know how far out it was as compared to the front end.
But this was, you would agree, one of your very key important observations
At that point,
that led you to going into the house, was it not?
no, it just appeared that the vehicle was parked unusual, like it had been parked in haste. I wouldn't say that was not the catalyst that caused me to go in.
But Detective Furman said that that was a very important aspect and caused him considerable consternation and led him as one of the main ingredients to going into the house. You would say he was wrong.
No.
Objection that misstates testimony.
Sustained.
Now, how long was the car at the scene before it was moved, the Bronco?
I don't know.
Do you have any records to refresh your memory as to when it was towed?
No, I don't. I might. I don't know. I can look in the book if you would like me to do that.
Would that be in the chronological log?
No, it would probably be under the vehicle section of there. I don't know. I could look and see.
All right, would you do that, please?
Certainly. It would indicate on the vehicle report itself that the vehicle was removed at 15:30 hours, 3:30 in the afternoon.
Now, how many hours was it there from the time you made your initial observation to the time it was removed?
Oh, it would have been sometime between 5 and 5:30 in the morning until 3:30 in the afternoon.
Would that give you sufficient time to ask somebody to go measure how far the car was out?
I never did that, sir.
My question was, would it...
Sure, absolutely. I never did that, though.
I take it that your experience as a senior detective, that when the criminalist came out, you would want him to photograph the car.
Yes.
Again,
And you want
objection.
him to photograph the angle of the car.
Objection.
Excuse me just a moment.
The manner in which the investigation was conducted in terms of the collection of evidence has no bearing on the decision made to go over the wall. Some objections is irrelevant.
Overruled.
And the angle of the car would be important for something for you to record with your criminalist, is that correct?
I had the criminalist photograph, yes.
And you had him photograph it from a position where we could later review the angle of the car, isn't that correct?
I wasn't there when the photographing was done.
Well, you're in charge of this, aren't you?
Well, I'm one of the co-investigators.
Well,
You're placing more importance on me than I have, Mr. Shapiro. I wish I had that much importance.
Well, who's in charge of this investigation?
Who's in charge of this investigation?
who's
The
in
Los
charge?
Angeles Police Department, where I work.
Okay, so Willie Williams is in charge, is that correct?
That would be the ultimate responsibility, yes.
And out in the field, who was in charge?
Myself and my partner.
And as far as collecting evidence, who's in charge?
We direct a criminalist to do that.
Okay, and you direct the criminalist and the photographer to take pictures, don't you?
Exactly.
Okay, did you direct the criminalist and photographer to take pictures of the Bronco?
I was not there when that was done.
Did you ask him to do it?
I asked the criminalist to have it photographed, yes.
Did you tell him why you wanted it photographed?
Yes,
Or
I did.
Or did you just leave it up to the photographer to take some pictures? Maybe take a picture of the tire, maybe take a picture of the gas tank?
Objection argumentative.
Sustained.
I mean, isn't it somebody's job to tell someone what type of pictures you should take?
They were told what type of pictures to take.
By whom?
I told the criminalist.
Thank you. And you've seen photographs of the Bronco as it was taken by the criminalist?
Yes,
And do those accurately depict the position of the car when you arrived?
yes.
They're not distorted in any way, are they?
Well, objection. That calls for speculation. Let the witness see the pictures that counsel's referring to.
Sustained.
Have you seen the pictures?
Yes,
Are they
I
just-
can see the pictures right here.
Are there other pictures that were
For the
taken?
record, the witness is referring to photograph A of People's
Is that the People 6?
6, Your Honor?
I believe so.
Have you seen any other photographs of the Bronco
8.
parked in a position that you observed it? when
I've
you
seen a
initially
number of
arrived?
photographs, yes.
You've seen those?
Yes.
And, well, you've answered the question. They properly depict what you observed when you
Well,
arrived.
objection. That's vague as to
Do
which
they
photographs.
properly depict what you observed when you arrived?
I'm sorry.
Vegas to-
Mr. Shapiro, which photographs now are you referring to? Are
Any
you referring
photographs? I asked him a wide-open question. In the hundreds of photographs that were taken, have you seen any photographs of the Bronco at the scene at Rockingham? His answer was yes. My question now is, are those photographs accurate, and do they depict, any of these photographs, depict what you observed when you arrived?
Again, objection. Counsel is attempting to ascertain, apparently, whether any of the photographs taken depict the angle at which the rear end was jutting out. And unless this witness is permitted to review all of the photographs taken at this time, he's not going to be able to give an accurate answer. It's vague as to which photographs he's referring to. There are numerous.
All right, Mr. Shapiro, I'm not sure how many photographs we're referring to. There have been a number of photographs that have been utilized during the course of this proceeding. If you're limiting your question to those that have been marked, that have been shown, and that the witness can take a look at, I think that that's a fair question. But just broadly asking a question like the one you're asking with regard to photographs about which the court doesn't know what you're referring to, I think it's just overbroad.
The question is whether the witness does, Your Honor. And my question to him is a simple one. Were there any photographs taken that accurately depict the vehicle at the time you arrived?
Well, that was not the question, Your Honor.
That'll be a new question.
Okay. You can answer that if you're able to, sir.
So I understand the question. Were there photographs taken that accurately depict?
The position of the Bronco at the time you arrived at the scene.
I would have to say yes.
Thank you. Now, in the murder-up follow-up report on paragraph 3, it says the following. Peering into the locked vehicle's rear window, detectives observed a package with a label indicating a return address to O.J. Simpson Enterprises. A registration check of the vehicle revealed it to belong to Hertz Rental. Was that correct, of the observations that were made?
Yes, among a number of other observations.
Where in this report does it say that you or anybody else observed the shovel?
It doesn't.
Where in this report does it say that you or anyone else observed plastic?
It doesn't, but I observed it in the back of the car.
That wasn't my question.
I answered the question.
Thank
It
you.
doesn't, but I observed it in the car.
Motion to strike the last part is non-responsive.
Sustain us to the last portion.
Then it says, upon closer observation of the vehicle, detectives observed what appeared to be human blood near the handle on the driver's door. Is that correct?
If you're reading from the report, yes, that's correct.
And did you observe human blood?
I observed what I thought was blood. I thought it was human blood, if I can explain that.
No, my question is, did you observe human blood, yes or no?
What I believe to be human blood, yes.
You didn't put that in the report, that you believed it to be human blood, did you?
I didn't write the report. No, I didn't put it in any report.
And can you determine the difference between animal blood and human blood?
No, but based on my experience, and I can explain that very easily if you want me to.
I don't want you to.
Well,
Maybe
objection,
the
Your Honor.
people might want you to. I want you to answer the questions I ask.
Your Honor, this is unfair. He's being questioned as an expert. He's entitled to explain his answer.
Well, he does, though, have to answer the questions that are asked. And Ms. Clark, you will have chance to question the witness further if you feel some additional explanation is warranted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Would you describe the size of the blood that you saw?
It was a small spot, quarter, eighth of an inch.
And did you look at it with the naked eye or with some type of magnifying glass?
My naked eye.
Did you use some type of light to illuminate it?
Flashlight, yes.
Do you wear glasses?
I wear reading glasses, yes.
Did you use your glasses to look at this?
Yes.
And were you able to distinguish this from any other type of red stain as being human blood?
I believed it was blood.
I'm saying, my question was, were you able to distinguish this from any other type of red stain?
I believed it was a red stain. I believed it was blood.
Thank you. What about at the bottom of the door? Did you see any brush marks of what you believe to be blood?
No, I don't recall seeing that.
And that's not recorded anywhere in any of the reports, is there? Is that?
I don't know.
And that wasn't called to your attention by anyone, was it?
I don't recall seeing that. I can't answer the question.
When you and the three other detectives went to Mr. O.J. Simpson's residence, did you inform the communications division of your intentions?
I don't believe so.
Is
I
that-
didn't personally.
Did anyone to your knowledge?
No.
Is that standard procedure?
I very seldom inform communications division of my movements.
I just asked you if that's standard procedure.
Objection, that's irrelevant.
Sustained.
If somebody told you from Bunday to take Bunday to Sunset, take Sunset towards the beach to Rockingham and turn right on Rockingham and go 2 blocks, could you follow those directions?
Yeah, I believe I could, yes.
Yeah.
Bundy makes a funny turn there, but yes, I believe I could.
Well, could you follow that funny turn or not?
Oh, I think so,
Objection,
yeah.
argumentative.
Sustained.
Could you find Sunset Boulevard from where you were? Without any directions?
From where I was on
From the
Bundy?
Bundy location, could you find Sunset Boulevard?
Yes, I worked that division for 3 years, yes.
Was all your work completed at the crime scene by the time you left to go to the Rockingham address?
No.
How many officers were at the crime scene that were higher ranking than you at the time you left?
They were higher ranking than me?
Yes.
I believe 3.
Who were they?
My lieutenant, John Rogers, and I believe a lieutenant and a captain from West Los Angeles Division.
What are their names?
I don't know.
Would you check the chronological record that was done by your partner and see if they were there at the time you left?
Objection,
Certainly.
Your Honor. What is the relevance of who was present at the crime scene?
Mr. Shapiro?
Yes, this all goes to credibility and impeachment. We're going to show that the 4 officers that were in charge of this crime scene left the crime scene with a very short period of time without properly preserving the crime scene, not to go to the Simpson residence for an emergency, but to go there because of the celebrity nature of Mr. Simpson.
Mr. Shapiro, the specific names of the higher-ranking officers that were present at the crime scene, I don't see that that's relevant.
The question is, was anybody left there? That
Well,
was
the testimony was there were 3.
Okay. Would you check your chronological record to see if, in fact, there were 3 people higher ranking than you at the time you left the crime scene to go to Rockingham?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you leave somebody in charge of the crime scene when you left?
Yes,
Who'd you leave in charge?
my boss, Lieutenant Rogers.
And did you tell him what to do, or did he tell you what to do?
We informed him that we were going to go up there to make a notification in an attempt to make a disposition for the children, to secure that crime scene and maintain the security with the uniformed officers that were there, and that we would be back.
So it was now his job to secure the crime scene, and you were going to make your notification and find someplace for the children to go.
Well, the crime scene was secured before I ever got there, hours before I ever got there, so it was under security the whole time.
To continue that security.
Exactly,
And then 4 detectives were going to make a notification.
yes.
How many detectives does it take to make a notification?
I don't know. I think that would depend on the situation that you were in. I don't know. 1, it could take 10 if there's certain situations. I don't know.
Well, in this situation, when you were going to O.J. Simpson's residence, how many detectives do you think were necessary to make the notification?
Myself and my partner went up there, and we were accompanied by Detective Furman and Detective Phillips.
No, I know that was the fact. My question is, how many do you feel was necessary to go to make the notification?
I don't think I ever even considered that. How many do I think it's necessary to make a notification?
Yes.
Well, normally we go in pairs for a number of reasons. Number 1, we have 2 people that are privy to the information, plus for our own personal safety. We don't go places by ourselves. So a minimum of 2, and the other 2 officers went with us, which is not unusual.
So 4 people to make a notification is your answer?
No, you didn't. 2. The other 2 officers went with us, which is not unusual.
And of the 4 that went, they were the 4 highest-ranking investigative detectives.
No.
There were other detectives there who have been assigned to this case that had jobs that exceeded yours.
I don't understand that. I don't know what you mean.
Thank you. Were you primarily responsible for the investigation of the murder scene?
Myself and my partner, yes.
Thank you. And you had relieved Detective Phillips and Detective Van Adder.
This has
Well, I
been,
didn't
I'm sorry,
relieve
I'm
myself.
sorry. No, I'm getting a little tired myself. You had relieved the 2 West LA detectives.
They were assisting us. We had assumed the responsibility, however, they were assisting us, and they still continue to assist us to this day.
Where were the children at the point in time that you went to Mr. Simpson's residence?
I was told they were at West Los Angeles Division of the Los Angeles Police Department.
Does the Los Angeles Police Department have facilities for special people to deal with children in situations such as this?
The Los Angeles Police Department has a juvenile division. However, I don't believe they would be working that time of the morning.
Does it have people who are specially trained in dealing with children to care for their whereabouts in the event of the unfortunate death or murder of a parent or parents?
Again, they have juvenile officers that work nothing but juvenile. I would say that they are probably very competent in handling juveniles, but at that time of the day, I don't believe they would be working.
Did you check?
Did I check?
Yes.
No, I did not.
Did you check on the welfare concerns of the children before you went to Rockingham?
I spoke with Detective Phillips, who told me that they had been taken from the location to West Los Angeles Division where they were being cared for.
And did you ask them if they were being properly cared for, or if there was any real immediate concern for them, or that you were really more concerned with your criminal investigation, and that you pursued?
Well, I think being a father myself and being a grandfather, that anytime I deal with minor children in any kind of traumatic situation like this, I think they have to be attended to. And I had concern for those children because we're talking about a very traumatic thing, to be taken out of your bed at midnight or 12:30 in the morning by the police in your home and removed from your home and taken to a police station. That's a very traumatic thing. And if it was my children or my grandchild, I would want whoever did that to be very, very interested in the welfare of that child.
I agree, and I hope that...
And I have that interest, believe me.
And I take it then, in that regard, you would attempt, after you couldn't reach Mr. Simpson immediately, to try to notify the grandparents, who were really the next of kin.
No, the grandparents are not the next of kin. The father of the children are the next of kin, and that's who I was trying to notify.
What about the next of kin of Nicole, the victim of this murder?
The next of kin would be her parents.
And what attempts did you make to try to notify them?
I believe they were notified that morning by telephone.
My question is, what attempts did you make to notify them?
I just said I believe my partner notified him that morning by telephone.
What time?
I don't know exactly.
Do you have any records of that?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Would that be in that murder book?
I don't know. There's a lot of information in here. I don't know everything by heart that's in here.
And for the record, the witness, when he said in here, is referring to a binder that appears to be about 4 inches thick.
All right.
Let me ask you a question. If Mr. Goldman had been the sole victim of this case under the same circumstances, would the same investigation be taking place?
Objection, irrelevant.
Sustained.
I take it the same precautions were taken to notify Mr. Goldman's next of kin.
Once he was identified, yes.
Did somebody rush over to their house?
I believe it was done by telephone, but I'm not sure.
Of the 4 detectives that you had, did any of you
Objection,
think
Your
of
Honor.
going to Mr. Goldman's house?
Objection, Your Honor, irrelevant with respect.
Sustained.
When you got to the Simpson residence, you went to the buzzer,
Yes.
and upon arriving there, did you notice any other vehicles other than the Ford Bronco?
Yes.
What other vehicles did you notice?
There was another vehicle parked on Ashford, and I don't recall the description of it, but there was another vehicle parked on Ashford.
Did you take photographs of that vehicle?
Not to my knowledge.
Did you observe that vehicle to see whether there were any things that looked like red spots on it?
The vehicle just appeared to be a vehicle parked there at the curb.
Did you look into that vehicle?
I didn't personally know.
Did any of the other 3 detectives, to your knowledge, look into that vehicle?
I don't have any knowledge of that.
Did you check the license plate on that vehicle and see who it was registered to?
You know, I believe that was done, yes.
Who was that registered to?
I believe the vehicle, if I recall correctly, I believe the vehicle belonged to Mr. Kalin.
But you didn't take any steps to photograph or preserve that vehicle, did you?
Not to my knowledge.
How many times do you recall that you rang the buzzer in an attempt to notify Mr. Simpson?
How many times?
Yeah, did you ring it once?
Several. I couldn't tell you how many times.
Would you describe this? We've heard testimony about it. Would you describe what it is that you...
Sure, it's like a little square speaker box that has a button. And you press the button, you can hear the phone ringing inside the residence.
And you could clearly hear it ringing?
Yes.
How many times did it ring approximately? And this is not a great moment to be accurate, but did it ring just once, or does it continue to ring with each press?
No, it rings, you press the button, it will ring, and again, this is an estimate, maybe 6 to 8 times, and then stop ringing. You push the button, it starts the cycle again.
And you did this for 10 to 15 minutes.
At least, yeah.
Did you hear more, could you tell whether more than one phone was ringing?
No, I could only hear the one.
But, and how far away were you from the house when you were doing this?
I could make an estimate of maybe 50 to 75 feet.
That ringing was pretty loud.
Yeah, I could hear it.
Did you think that if you called on a telephone, it would ring louder?
No, I just thought maybe someone would answer the telephone.
Well,
It was just another attempt to try and locate someone there.
didn't this appear to be the telephone ringing?
This appeared to be the intercom for the gate system, yes.
It did appear to work on a telephone.
I heard ringing.
So you believed that a telephone was ringing, didn't you?
I think we're arguing a point. Something was ringing inside. I didn't know whether it was a telephone or whether it was an intercom system that rang to alert someone that there was a person at the front gate. I heard ringing, Mr. Shapiro.
Does the Los Angeles Police Department have the capabilities in an emergency situation of getting home phone numbers of people who may have unlisted numbers?
Not necessarily. When you have a non-published number, normally you need a search warrant to get that information.
Have you ever heard of something called a reverse directory?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
What is that?
That's a directory that has published phone numbers that coincide with addresses in it.
So you look up the address and you find the phone number.
If it's a published number, yes. If it's a published phone number.
Did you take any steps to go through official Los Angeles Police Department channels to try to ascertain the home phone number of Mr. Simpson?
Did I personally?
Yes.
No, but I'm aware of official steps that were taken.
Did any of the other three detectives at the time you were at the gate try to do this?
Yes, Detective Phillips contacted the West LA Watch Commander, who also made contact with West Tech Security.
So that was the only way of doing it, just through West Tech?
That was all we could do at that point, yes.
Speaking of West Tech, when West Tech was out there, did you or your partners there ask the West Tech representatives if they were routinely notified when Mr. Simpson was gone for the house for a day or more?
I never asked that question.
What about the other three officers?
I don't know.
Did it ever occur to you that even though Mr. Simpson might have a full-time maid, that she might have a day or two off during the week?
People have days off. We were told that there was supposed to be a full-time live-in maid
By whom?
by West Tech Security.
And does a full-time live-in maid to you mean 7 days a week, 24 hours a day?
I don't know, sir. I've never had a maid.
Did you ask them whether she had any scheduled days on or off?
I didn't know.
Did any of the other three detectives ask that?
I don't know that.
After there was no response from the attempts at the telephone and ringing the buzzer, did you try to use any type of amplified speakers or microphones to get the attention of Mr. Simpson?
No.
How long after you were ringing the buzzer did you make the observations of the red blotch on the Bronco?
That would have been within the first probably 10 to 20 minutes of being there.
After ringing the buzzer?
No, after getting to the location.
So you went to the Bronco first?
I saw the Bronco as I pulled in. I didn't ring the bell for the continuous time. I rang it some of the other detectives rang it some.
And then you started looking at the Bronco?
I looked at the Bronco when I first drove in, and then after ringing the bell a few times, I went around again and looked at the Bronco, and that's when I observed the items in the back of the car.
No, my question is, when did you observe the blood on the Bronco?
within the first 10 to 20 minutes when Furman came and took me back.
Of being at the scene, of arriving at the scene?
Probably in that time frame, yes.
And is that reflected in any notes or any logs?
Not to my knowledge.
Is that an important part of this investigation?
That was a part that was continuing there, yes.
Is that an important part?
Yes.
And is that something that should be noted as to the time of discovery?
Well, it's something that, again, if I can explain the situation, we have an emergency situation, we're not able to stop.
Your Honor,
May I finish my answer, sir?
I have an objection.
He has an objection to his own question.
No, I don't think he's
Explain it.
objecting
No.
to his question. I think he's objecting to your answer. Detective, I believe that the question was, should the time of that discovery have been noted in your
And I'm trying
records?
to explain why it isn't, Your Honor, if I may do that.
No, my question is not why it isn't. My question is, should it have been?
Well, that goes to why it is or is not, Your Honor.
Well, first let's have the answer to should it have been, and then we'll hear your explanation.
I can't say yes or no to that. That depends on the circumstances that you're in. If you're in a gun battle someplace, you don't have time to say, hold on a second, let me write this time down. If you have an emergency situation, you don't have time to break and say, hold on a second, I need to record all of this. In this situation, it was not recorded because I didn't feel at that point that I could stop and start taking notes because things were happening too quick.
Did you hear any noise from inside the residence that caused you concern that somebody might be dying?
I heard no noise at all outside the ringing, and that caused me concern because I believe people should be there.
And your sole purpose at this time was to notify somebody of a death and to find the father of the children?
At what time, sir?
At the point in time that you're at the residence for the first 15 minutes.
Before observing the blood?
Well, you said you observed the blood immediately and then went and rang the bell.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
Isn't your testimony that the bell was rung for 15 minutes and within the first 10 minutes you observed the blood?
No, that's not true.
Let's go over that. When did you observe the blood?
I got to the location. We went to the Ashford side, parked the vehicles, got out, attempted to ring the bell. Telephone calls were made to West Tech Security. They actually ended up sending 2 units to the location. A telephone call was made to the watch commander at West LA Division. And during all of this occurrence, Detective Furman came to me and said, I think I see blood on the vehicle. And he walked me over there. This could have been 10 minutes into it. It could have been 30 minutes into it. I can't tell you exactly.
Well, you could tell us because you made a telephone call to the watch commander.
No, I can't tell you exactly because all of this is occurring. This is not a sequence of events, Mr. Shapiro. This is a group of things that are occurring at the same time.
So right at the time the blood is spotted, you determine this to be an emergency situation, yes or no?
Right at the time it's spotted. I believe I was getting to that frame of mind prior to that because of the prior information that I had, the fact that I had left a very brutal murder scene that's very close to this location, the fact that one of the victims has a connection to Mr. Simpson. I think I was getting in that frame of mind before I ever saw the blood. I think seeing the blood was the trigger that caused me to make a decision to go over the fence.
What was the time of death of the decedents to the best of your knowledge at the time you were at Rockingham?
The time of death. Well, I can only tell you that I was informed that I believe they were found or discovered at approximately 0010 hours, which would be 10 after midnight. The
And
time of death, I would have no idea.
it was sometime before, but certainly not after.
Obviously, sometime before 0010 hours would be time of death, yes.
And what time did you decide to scale the fence for the emergency at the Simpson house?
I believe it was very close to 6 o'clock, around 6 o'clock in the morning.
Now, you went over there. When you scaled the fence, you believe that there may be hostages inside. Is that correct?
I believe there may be a whole set of
Well,
circumstances.
let's take them one by one. Was one of the set of circumstances you believed that there would be hostages inside?
I can't answer that yes or no. There could have been 1,000 scenarios of that situation.
And you can't
The
tell us...
facts, may I finish, sir? The facts that lead me up to going over the wall included a set of facts that led me to believe that this was an emergency situation.
Can you tell us whether or not you believe there was a hostage situation? Yes or no?
That could have been a possibility, yes.
And if there was a hostage situation, would you notify communications for backup?
If I was totally aware of that, that would change the entire circumstances of that entry into that location. What you're talking about is you're taking a tactical field situation and equating it to an emergency field situation, which is two different set of circumstances.
Did you believe that there was the possibility of people at the residence or on the grounds bleeding to death?
That was a possibility, yes.
If you truly believed that, would you call communications and ask for paramedics?
Not until I made sure that that was a safe location, no.
If you were concerned about your safety, would you go in with backup units?
Definitely,
Did you go in with backup units?
no.
If you were concerned about your safety, would you go in with vest?
Definitely,
Did you go in with vest?
no.
If you were concerned about your safety, would you go in with weapons drawn?
If I was, yes,
Did you go in with weapons drawn?
no.
Your Honor, before we go into another area, which may be more lengthy, perhaps this might be a good time. It's a few minutes early. May I suggest a break?
All right. Detective Van Adder, thank you. Please don't discuss your testimony with any other witness. And I'll see counsel in chambers, please. Recess till 1:30. We're once again on the record in the case of People versus Simpson. The defendant is present with counsel. The people are represented. Detective Van Adder, if you'd retake the witness stand, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
And I remind you that you remain under oath.
Yes.
Mr. Shapiro. No further questions? Ms. Clark.
Thank you, Ron. Detective Van Adder, I'm kind of curious. You said that you were very surprised by a maid not being there on the property. And that you didn't, on cross-examination, I think you indicated that you did not consider the possibility that she would have some days off. Did you expect someone to always be on that property?
Well, from the appearance of the property with lights on and vehicles parked there, yes, I thought someone was there.
And when you say vehicles parked there, you mean the one on Rockingham, the Bronco outside?
Well, that, as well as two other vehicles that were parked inside the compound in the driveway, which would be on the Rockingham Drive.
There were multiple vehicles inside the driveway?
There were two other vehicles that I could see, yes.
And you could see that from the Ashford Gate?
Well, no, I saw that from the Rockingham gate. When I walked over to that area, I could see it.
When you walked over and you were looking at the Bronco,
That's correct,
you
yes.
could see through that gate?
Yes.
Can you show us on that defense diagram where you saw those other cars?
Certainly, the vehicles were parked up in this area here, which is the little jut out that looked like a parking area for vehicles. And looking through the gate, you could see the vehicles parked there.
For the record, the witness has pointed to an area that is actually just above what's marked the word driveway on the diagram, that is the southernmost portion of the property. Sir, counsel was asking you about using the chronolog forms.
Yes.
What is the difference between a blank piece of paper and the form that you use for your chronological log?
Nothing except there's lines on the chronological log, and there's a heading that says chronological log.
So the difference between a blank page and the chronolog form is horizontal lines and a heading.
Yes.
What information is usually required to be on a chronological log? When you make an entry, what are you supposed to put in that entry?
The entries are mainly very general entries as to the day and quite possibly the time that you make a follow-up, but you never put the information that you receive from that on the log.
That just records what you did, not the results of what you did.
Exactly.
And did you look at the chronological log that's been compiled so far in this case?
When it was in front of me, yes.
Okay. What is the difference between what you've got on these blank pages written down in the chronological log than you would have had on the form with the lines on it?
There would be no difference.
So you got the same information on this chronolog that you would have had you used the form with the horizontal lines and a heading.
Yes.
Now the photographs of the Bronco. I wonder if I could inquire of the clerk, do we have the defense exhibits here? Could you bring them? Thank you. How many pictures of the Ford Bronco and its position on the street were taken, sir?
I don't know.
More than one?
Several, I would say, yes.
Do you remember what each and every one of them looked like right now?
No, I do not.
You requested the criminalist to make sure that photographs were taken of that Bronco. I think
Yes.
you so testified. What was your intention with respect to taking those photographs of the Bronco?
To document any evidence and the location of the vehicle and the identity of the vehicle.
Defense exhibit, I don't know which one this is, Your Honor.
Is that the one that has 4 photos on it?
Yes, Your Honor.
That is F.
Thank you very much. Showing you defense exhibit F. Do you recognize what's shown there, sir?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's 4 pictures labeled 1 through 4 of different perspectives of the same vehicle, the Ford Bronco.
Okay, and showing you defense exhibit C. Do you recognize what's shown there?
Yes, I do.
What's shown there?
It's the Ford Bronco, the west wall, and Rockingham gate to Mr. Simpson's residence.
Looking at those photographs, sir, defense counsel, I think, asked you whether the pictures taken of the Ford Bronco at your direction through the criminalist were accurate pictures of the position of that car as you saw it on Rockingham. Do you recall that question, sir?
Yes.
With respect to whether or not the car had been moved from the position in which you first observed it, is it the case that the car was not moved before those photographs were taken?
The car was not moved.
Can you see in those photographs the angle that you've described for us earlier with the rear end jutting out a little bit, appearing to have been parked in haste?
Yes, I can.
Show us where.
If you look at pictures number 2 and number 4, it shows the front wheel of the vehicle to be setting actually on the paved curb section, part of the paved curb section and the asphalt, and the back wheel, the passenger side, to be strictly on the asphalt, farther west than the front wheel.
And are either of the wheels up next to the curb?
No, they are not.
I think you earlier indicated that at some point you saw the children leaving the house.
Yes.
Do you recall what transpired in terms of arranging for their care and custody while you were in the house on 360 Rockingham?
Yes, I do.
Can you please tell us?
After Detective Lang had a conversation with Mr. Simpson, Mr. Simpson had indicated to Detective Lang that he wished the children to be with his daughter, Arnell. She was notified of that, contacted Al Cowlings. He responded to the location, and they went to West Los Angeles Division and picked up the children.
Do you know when the children arrived at 360 Rockingham with Al Cowlings?
I know approximately. It would have been around, I believe, around 7 o'clock in the morning.
And how long after that did you determine that the area should be sealed for the purpose of securing a search warrant?
I had actually come to that conclusion a little earlier than that. I was waiting for the criminalists to respond there to do a presumptive blood test for me, and after that was done was when I closed down the area and secured the area.
And you closed down, do you remember what time it was approximately when you secured the area?
It would have been between 7 and 7:30. I left the location approximately 7:30, so it was before I left there. So it would have been sometime in the range of probably 7:10 to 7:15, something like that.
Shortly after Al Cowlings got there with the children?
Yes.
Counsel asked you on cross-examination about tactical support, I think it was mentioned, with respect to, in that instance, the effort made to take the defendant into custody. Do you recall that question, sir?
Yes, I do.
How was that situation different from the one that you found confronting you at 360 Rockingham in the early morning hours of June 13th?
Well, a tactical situation is totally different from the situation we were facing there. I believe this to be an emergency situation which requires, I felt, action to be taken. A tactical situation is if you have a location that you know you have a suspect, a hostage, or whatever. If these are known facts, you immediately request uniform to respond. You notify a supervisor. Detectives are required to put on vests and what we call raid jackets, Los Angeles police raid jackets that readily identify us as police officers. This was not this situation at all. This situation was something that I felt was an emergency that needed to be handled immediately.
And in this situation, did you believe that you were pursuing a suspect into the residence at 360 Rockingham?
I really didn't know what I was pursuing in there. I had no specific suspect in mind at that point. My main feeling at that point, coupled with all the information I had, was this was a situation that someone could be injured. We could have another murder scene. We could have a murder-suicide scene. We could have people that needed assistance. And that was my feeling.
So would it be fair to say, sir, that you were concerned not so much for your safety, but for the safety of someone else you might find inside the compound?
Objection, reading and suggested.
Sustained.
Were you concerned for officer safety at the moment you decided to go over the wall?
Not at all. I wouldn't have let anybody enter that location the way we were with that if I felt there was a safety problem at that time.
Well, if you were concerned for someone else's safety, sir, why didn't you call an ambulance right then, before you went over the wall?
I would never call an ambulance until an area has been cleared and secured. I don't want to bring someone else in that could be in danger. I wouldn't do that.
So until you found out what you had back there, you were not about to call an ambulance?
No, not until I assessed the situation and actually knew what I was dealing with. At that point, again, I didn't really know what I was dealing with. I had certain knowledge that gave me a feeling that this was an emergency situation and something that had to be dealt with immediately. And at that point, I didn't know whether I had people down. I didn't know whether I had, again, another scene, someone injured. I didn't know.
Yes.
You were asked earlier, sir, about the method in which Ronald Goldman was notified and how long it took to do that.
You mean the family of Mr. Goldman?
That's correct. I'm
Yes.
sorry. Thank you. And when you arrived at the crime scene at about 4 a.m., were you aware of the identity of the male victim who was found near Nicole Simpson?
No.
Was anyone, to your knowledge, at the crime scene aware of his identity?
No.
At what point was his identity made known to you?
I actually found out his identity while I was at West Los Angeles Station. It would have been somewhere between 10 and 11 o'clock that the coroner's representatives had responded to the location and they had identified him from identification that was on him.
So when the coroner's investigator arrived and found identification on him, that's when his identity was determined?
That's correct.
Do you know what time that was approximately?
Well, I got notification while I was at West LA Division. It would have been after 10 o'clock, I'm sure then.
With respect to, let's say for a moment that you knew that there was a suspect in 360 Rockingham Avenue, what would you have done?
Objection, House respect.
Not, this is an expert witness, Your Honor, who knows, he's describing actually the distinction between the situation he was confronted with and that which he was questioned by Mr. Shapiro.
Are you asking how he would have handled it differently if he was pursuing a suspect and he knew he was pursuing a suspect before he entered the premises?
Yes, Your Honor.
The objection's overruled.
Well, that would have become a tactical situation then. I would have made notification to the West Los Angeles watch commander, requested uniforms to respond to the location. I would have placed officers around the residence to secure the residence. I would have had the detectives there put on vests and raid jackets, and I would have contacted probably our Metropolitan Division to have special negotiators come out and try and talk the suspect out of the location.
I have nothing further.
Mr. Shapiro?
Yes, sir. Detective, regarding the Ford Bronco, at some point in time, did that vehicle have some evidentiary value in and of itself?
Yes.
When did you determine it had evidentiary value?
After looking at all of the scene that I saw there, and as it began to lighten up that morning after seeing the blood trail in the driveway, I could see into the vehicle and see additional blood inside the vehicle, and at that point it became a very important evidentiary item.
What time was that?
Probably around right after I saw the blood trail in the driveway.
What time was that?
That would have been, again, I will have to estimate, that would have probably been around 6:45 to 7 o'clock, something like that.
And what steps did you take to secure that vehicle and preserve the evidence?
I instructed the detectives that the vehicle was to be impounded, it was to be guarded, and I told the criminalist who responded at 7:10 that it was of evidentiary value to photograph, obtain any items of evidence that he could from the outside, and to protect the vehicle.
Were your instructions followed?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Did you have any reports that the media surrounded the car, they couldn't keep the media away from it, and coffee cups were put on the car and coffee spilled?
No, sir, I was not aware of that.
What do you mean by securing the premises?
In what context?
It's a
Mr.
term you
Shapiro?
use. You used that all this morning. I secured the premises. What do you mean by that?
Well, in a literal sense, that's a police term that's used. In a literal sense, it can mean a couple of things.
What did you mean by it when you used it this morning?
Okay, what I meant this morning is a check of the location to make sure that everything's okay, that there's no forced entry into the home, that there's nobody injured, that there's nobody down, or nobody in need of assistance.
What time did you make that determination, that the residence was secure?
What time did I make the determination that it was secured? That again would have been, I believe, after walking back outside and being notified that Mr. Simpson was in Chicago, that he had been talked to, and that he was en route back to Los Angeles, that the maid was not present at the location, and that nobody else was found there. And that would have been probably 6:45 to 7 in the morning.
You later determined that the bedrooms for the house itself, not the guest bedrooms, but the main bedrooms, were on the second story, did you not?
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Ms. Clark, anything else?
Well, Detective Van Adder, if you were concerned, sir, about the welfare of people inside the residence, why didn't you go upstairs and look to see if somebody was up there?
I had determined before I had a chance to do that, that the main person that we were concerned about, in fact, the main two people we were concerned about, Mr. Simpson and the maid, were accounted for, and was also told that there was no one else at the location.
I nothing further.
Mr. Shapiro, anything further? Thank you, Detective. You may step down. Please do not discuss your testimony with anyone, except the attorneys. Next witness.
No further witnesses for the people, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Shapiro, do you intend to present some evidence with regard to this motion?
Yes, Your Honor. The first piece of evidence that we will present is already part of the court record, and that's the search warrant affidavit.
There'll be an objection.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry, I thought you completed.
That has been signed under penalty of perjury by Detective Van Adder, and is part of the court record and part of the proceedings that will follow with this court. We'd like the court to consider that. In addition, we want to call the criminalist for the Los Angeles Police Department, Mr. Fung. And we have two other civilian witnesses, three other civilian witnesses.
All right. Ms. Clark, with reference to the search warrant affidavit, do you wish to be heard?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. First of all, I think that Mr. Shapiro has failed to lay a foundation. He has not questioned the detective concerning whether this affidavit was written by him or he is the affiant or this is the search warrant for this location. That would be easily laid, but he's failed to do so. Secondly, it's not an issue. We are not litigating this search warrant, and any of the assertions contained therein do not pertain to the state of mind that was prevailing at the moment the decision was made to go over the wall. That is the only state of mind and the only set of circumstances that are now an issue before this court. Therefore, this warrant and any vermins that are contained therein are irrelevant.
Mr. Shapiro?
Yes, the warrant, the copy that I have is a warrant signed under penalty of perjury by Philip L. Van Hatter, who I believe is the witness here, since he describes himself as being the same person who testified as a police detective in the Los Angeles Police Department assigned to robbery homicide special section, and he's been a police officer for over 25 years. If there is another Van Hatter who has such similar credentials and has been employed with the same exact name and same badge number, then we will take the court's time to establish the foundation.
Mr. Shapiro, what is your legal theory for the admissibility of this document?
This document is evidence. This is evidence that is sworn under penalty of perjury that is part of the official court record of this case. There are, in this warrant, in our opinion, 4 material misrepresentations that go to impeach the credibility of Detective Van Hatter in his testimony here today.
All right.
It is offered only
Mr.
for the purpose of impeachment.
All right, Mr. Shapiro, basically this document is hearsay. The fact that it is declared to be true under penalty of perjury does not relieve it from the category of hearsay. And for an exception to apply, and there may be some exception to certain portions of that warrant or the affidavit, I don't know that, but if there are some inconsistent statements with the testimony here, conceivably portions of that may in fact be admissible, but just to offer the affidavit as such in a whole is hearsay without any exception, and so I'm going to sustain the objection unless you intend to do more. Yes.
Under Proposition 115, that is not a valid objection with all due respect to the court. Number 2, all...
Well, just a minute. I'll let you speak, Mr. Shapiro, but Proposition 115 does not apply to a suppression motion. So the hearsay exception under 115 would not apply to the suppression motion.
I believe all relevant evidence is admissible, and that hearsay evidence on a prior inconsistent statement is an exception to the hearsay rule and would be admissible. We'll submit the matter to you.
All right. On just the basis of the affidavit, offering that without any sort of foundation, without any testimony from a live witness with regard to that statement, the hearsay objection and the relevance objections would apply, and I would not receive the affidavit in this form.
Your Honor, we'd like to recall Officer Van Hatter, please.
All right. I think I've said this before. You remain under oath.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Detective Van Hatter, are you the affiant in search warrant number 94-0093?
Yes.
And that's a document, a copy of which has been handed to me, which consists of, the affidavit itself consists of 2.5 pages, 2.25 pages, actually.
I believe that's correct, yes.
Let me just show it to you, make sure we're talking about the same
Okay.
document. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes. Did you wish to mark that as an exhibit?
Yes.
H.
Yes, that appears to be a copy of it, yes.
It appears to be, or it's...
Well, it's a copy of the original, yes.
Where's the original, if you know?
The original was returned to the court.
And filed as part of this case?
Yes.
Thank you. You executed this affidavit under penalty of perjury, did you not?
That's correct.
In the affidavit, you indicated the following: detectives observed what appeared to be human blood, later confirmed by scientific investigation personnel to be human blood on the driver's door handle of the vehicle. Did you write that, sir?
Yes, I did.
When did scientific investigation personnel tell you that it was human blood on the door
Objection,
handle?
irrelevant. Your Honor, counsel is trying to backdoor a motion to traverse and quash, and as we've indicated earlier, nothing pursuant to the warrant is being offered. In order to get into issues concerning the validity of the warrant, something has to be offered by the people that was seized pursuant thereto, and it's not. The state of mind of this officer at the time he wrote the warrant is irrelevant to the state of mind that he had that bore upon his decision to go over the wall. And none of these questions concerning the veracity or the accuracy of the statements contained in this affidavit are relevant.
Mr. Shapiro?
Yes, Your Honor, we are only offering this for impeachment as it goes to credibility of this witness. Your Honor is going to have to make a decision on credibility regarding whether or not the testimony that has been proffered here to Your Honor is in fact credible testimony. As one of the criteria for making your evaluation as to whether or not evidence should be suppressed. In evaluating the credibility of a witness, we are certainly entitled to use previous testimony under oath for purposes of impeachment on a relevant issue, not on a collateral issue. This is a relevant issue. This is testimony given under oath by this detective. It is relevant and material to his credibility, and that's the only purpose for which it is used. We are not seeking to quash or traverse this search warrant or to do anything in regard with the search warrant. In fact, quite the contrary. We offered to use this without any testimony.
I was under the impression, Mr. Shapiro, that your offer of proof before indicated that there were some prior inconsistent statements I think you mentioned
That's
in this affidavit that would be inconsistent with the witness's testimony here in court. Is that correct?
Your Honor, some are inconsistent with his statements in court. I believe in court that he did testify that it was human blood. And I believe the affidavit, I don't believe, the affidavit says SID personnel found it to be human blood, and we will offer testimony from their own chemist that he did not come to that conclusion. So that, we would say, is a major question of credibility with this witness, and an out-and-out misstatement under penalty of perjury to the court.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
No, it's not. It's exactly not that. This witness has testified consistently. He believed it to be human blood when he was at the scene, and in the affidavit it contains his belief that it was human blood. If he's wrong, if he was wrong then, and he was wrong when he presented this affidavit as to what he believed the scientific investigations person concluded with respect to his testing, that he's consistent. Maybe wrong, but consistent. And there is no impeachment contained in this affidavit with respect to that point. And I once again do reiterate that the state of mind that this officer had at the time he was seeking to obtain the warrant has no bearing on the determination of whether or not exigent circumstances applied to permit the entry without a warrant at the time that it was made. All of the inquiry that I know Mr. Shapiro intends to go into concerning this affidavit is irrelevant to the circumstances that are confronting this court and the issues that are being presented here concerning the exigent circumstances. But it's, at least with respect to that one showing, it certainly is not even an inconsistent prior statement.
The way I see it, Mr. Shapiro, is that if in fact there is an inconsistent statement with regard to something that the detective testified to during the course of the proceeding, then that would be admissible. But we're not going to create straw men to shoot down later that were not part of the testimony. So the objection at this point is sustained.
To that question, may I ask another
Yes.
question?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Ullman, may I just confer with Mr. Ullman?
Yes.
Your Honor, the real question, and Mr. Ullman has phrased it in these terms, the real issue for Your Honor to determine is whether Detective Van Adder would lie in order to sustain a search. And if we have evidence that he lied on a search warrant in order to obtain that, that goes to his credibility here as to whether or not he would lie to sustain a search.
Mr. Shapiro, I'm not going to go into what I agree with the prosecution would amount to a traversal of the search warrant, since the prosecution has indicated that they are, in fact, not going to offer any of the evidence that was recovered after its execution.
Thank you, Your Honor. There's one other issue, and perhaps I'll just do it as an offer of proof. We would offer to ask this officer the following, whether in the affidavit he submitted he told...
Objection, Your Honor. I don't see an offer of proof as necessary. Either counsel may ask the question of the witness, and it's a proper question or not, or not ask the question, but I don't see what is the purpose of making a record of an offer of proof as to questions that will not be posed.
Why don't you just ask the question?
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Van Adder, did you, in your statement to the magistrate judge under penalty of perjury, indicate the following? It was determined by interview of Simpson's daughter and a friend, Brian Kalin, Simpson had left on an unexpected flight to Chicago during the early morning hours of June 13, 1994, and was last seen at the residence at approximately 2300 hours, June 12, 1994.
Yes, I did.
Thank you. Nothing further.
And if you have an objection to the question, ask that the answer be stricken as being irrelevant.
Overruled. Ms. Clark, do you have any questions for the detective?
No, I have no questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
You may step down. Thank you.
We would call Mr. Fung.
Your Honor? With
Yes.
respect to the questioning that has already occurred, I would ask the counsel to give us an offer of proof as to the relevance of the testimony of this witness, in light of the fact that he has indicated, I believe, during the cross-examination of Detective Van Adder, that he intends to prove that the criminalist could not come up with a conclusion as to whether or not it was human or animal blood. There is no relevance to that inquiry at this time.
Well, I'm not going to require an offer of proof at this point in time. They've indicated they intend to call this witness, and I'll let you ask your questions, at least initially, and see if we're in relevant
Thank you, Your Honor.
testimony.
Do we need to summon him? Is he waiting in the hall?
No?
Your Honor, we indicated 2 days ago that we intended to call Mr. Fung as a witness, and were informed that he would be at courthouse. In fact, the prosecution indicated that they were going to call Mr. Fung as well.
That was the only representation I remember, was I indicated to counsel I may or may not call Dennis Fung. And as far as I know, the criminalist was never under defense subpoena. And if he had been, I certainly would have arranged for him to be here and assisted counsel in that regard, but I was not of the impression that counsel wanted to call him. In fact, I can't think of an admissible theory of admissibility for his testimony in any event, but
Aside
that's
from,
irrelevant.
yes, aside from the theory of
did not-
admissibility, I do recall that we did discuss this in chambers. And so I believe that I heard that discussion.
Yes.
And I don't know that any specific dates or times were mentioned, but my recollection is that Mr. Ullman asked you whether Mr. Fung was going to be available, and I believe you indicated that he would be. And then secondly, when I asked, I believe yesterday, as to which witnesses were going to testify, he was one of the names that you gave me as a witness that you intended to call. So I take it that Mr. Fung is not here in the courthouse at this time.
He's not, but I can certainly make him available immediately. I will have him called immediately, Your Honor. As I understood, what I intended to convey was that I was tentative as to whether I would call Mr. Fung. That when I was
Well,
unsure.
I'm not faulting you or holding you to anything based on that. I think it was an honest misunderstanding, and one apparently that we can easily rectify.
Yes.
And so we will do that. Do you have a witness that is present here that you can call while we're waiting for the arrival of Mr.
We can
Fung?
recall Mr. Kalin, and we do have 2 other witnesses who are available.
All right. Is Mr. Kalin available here in the courthouse?
Yes, he is.
Okay. Then let's get Mr. Kalin, and can somebody on your behalf, since you have all the phone numbers and so forth, contact the crime lab to have Mr. Fung?
Yes, Your Honor, right away. Thank
All
you.
right.
Kalin?
Palin is apparently on the elevator.
All right.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Fung is on his way.
Thank you.
He should be here very shortly. And Mr. Kalin is also on his way. And will be here even more shortly.
I don't know, those elevators.
Yeah,
Mr.
this
Fung
is-
might get here first.
Maybe we'll take it there.
Who's ringing?
Your Honor,
Yes,
with the court's permission, may I use the bailiff's phone just for a moment while we're waiting for the witness?
yes.
I apologize, Your Honor. I've given the pager to an investigator to take numbers off of it, and apparently he forgot to turn it back on.
Okay. All right, Mr. Kalin, you've previously been sworn and remain under oath. Please have a seat in the witness stand. State and spell your name for the record.
Hi, Brian Cato Kalin, BrianKatoKaelin.
Thank you. Mr. Ullman.
Thank you. Mr. Kalin, returning to the morning of Monday, June the 13th, were you awakened that morning by police officers?
Yes, I was.
Can you tell us approximately what time they woke you up?
I think approximately between 5 and 6 a.m.
And where were you at that time?
in bed.
And would you indicate on the chart where your bedroom is located?
Right there.
All right, you're pointing to what is labeled Cato's room on the chart?
Yes.
All right. How many officers were at the door? when
Four.
you awoke?
4 officers.
4 officers? Now, what's the first thing they said to you?
Okay. There was banging at the door, and I was asleep, and I was startled, and I said, "Who's there?" They said, "The police."
All right.
That was the first word said.
Did you then go to the door?
Then I looked to make sure, and I just saw 4 guys in suits, coat and tie, and I opened the door. I put a shirt on and opened the door.
All right. And what's the first thing they said to you after you opened the door?
I don't know if the exact order, what was my name, and do I live here? Who else lives here? Came up, and I don't know, I was shaking, so.
Did they ask you any questions about the whereabouts of Mr. Simpson?
At some point, it came up, and I said Chicago.
All right. Was that in this initial conversation at the door when they awoke you?
I don't remember. There was a conversation where I said that, though.
All right. So the first time you were asked where Mr. Simpson was, you told the officers he was in Chicago.
I said yes, he was in Chicago.
All right. Did the officers ever indicate to you any concern about a suicide or murder occurring on the premises?
Okay, say that again.
Did the officers ever indicate to you any concern about a suicide or a murder occurring on the premises at Rockingham?
No.
Did they ever indicate to you that they were concerned about any injured persons on the premises?
No.
Did they enter your room?
One officer went to my room.
Did they ask you about your clothing?
Yes.
What did they ask you?
He said, "What did you wear yesterday?" So I pointed out what I wore yesterday,
All right.
and he looked at it.
Did he pick up the clothing and examine it?
He picked up a pair of my shoes and examined it.
All right. Did he look at the bottom of your shoes?
Yes.
At some point, did he tell you to leave the room?
Objection, this has all been leading, Your Honor. This witness is on direct, as I understand it.
Overruled as to that question. You can answer the question.
Oh, say it again.
At some point, did he ask you to leave the room?
Yes, at some point.
At what point was that? How long had he been in the room?
Well, I remember saying I thought OJ's plane had crashed or something, and something was wrong, and I was talking to him, and I don't remember everything I was saying, but I think it was rattling. And after talking to him, he asked me to go out, and I was with the other 3 guys.
All right. And where did they take you then?
You know, in my room, when I walk out, there's...
Yes.
Okay, there's cement right there, right under the doorway. I was right there talking to them.
All right. And then did they take you to another part of the house?
Yes, after talking to me, I also pointed to Arnell's room. They asked me, "Who else is here?" I said, "OJ's daughter Arnell lives over there," and so I pointed to her door.
Uh-huh. And then did they take you to another part of the house?
Yeah, after they got Arnell.
All right. Did Arnell take some of the officers into the house?
I think so, because I don't have a key, so I know I didn't open it, so if someone did, I think so. I think she led them in the back doorway, and I followed.
Now, up to this point, had they informed you why they were there or what they were investigating?
No.
Did you give them any further information about Mr. Simpson's whereabouts?
Just in Chicago. That's what I knew. He went to the airport, went to Chicago.
Did they ask you when he had left for Chicago?
I think so. I don't remember. I think I probably said it.
Do you recall what you said?
That he took a limo to the airport to go to Chicago.
Did they ask you any questions about the Ford Bronco that was parked in front of the premises?
When I was inside the house, just asked where the keys were for the Bronco, if there was an extra set of keys. So I was looking for them, I couldn't find them.
And at some point, were you asked to leave the premises at 360 North Rockingham?
To wait outside on Ashford.
All right, and what time did they ask you to do that?
Approximately 7:30, 7:38 a.m.
All right. Now, when you say wait outside on Ashford, you mean they actually asked you to just stand out on the street?
Well, I was let outside, and yeah, they asked me to kind of wait on Ashford, and they said I was going to be taken to another station. That two uniformed officers were going to take me down there, but it was for an interview.
And how were you dressed at that point?
I don't know if I had my pajamas on or not still. I might have. I think I had put my jeans on. But I know I had a blue shirt on. Blue.
Did they ever permit you to go back into your room after they asked you to step out of the room?
Yes.
And for what purpose?
I think to put pants on.
All right. And you were accompanied by an officer at that time?
I don't remember. I don't remember if I was or not. I think I was on my own. I'm not positive.
Are there any windows in the back wall of your room?
The back wall of my bedroom, no. There's a bathroom that has a window.
All right, would you point out to us where that bathroom is?
Right here.
All right. And could you describe that window?
It's a window with a screen on it, and you turn a little handle to open it up, and it opens that way.
Swings out?
It swings out.
Was the window open that evening?
I usually don't have it open, so it probably was not opened.
Did you just turn a little crank and it opens it up?
Yeah, I only sometimes crack for a shower so the windows don't steam.
And you leave the crank in the window?
I leave the crank in the window.
Thank you. Nothing.
Ms. Clark?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Kalin.
Hi. Good afternoon.
Now, you got woken up by the officers at about, what'd you say, between 5 and 6 a.m.?
Yes.
What time did you go to bed that night?
I went to bed about 1:30 a.m.
So when they woke you up, you'd had maybe 3 to 4 hours sleep?
Yeah, about 3 or 4 hours sleep.
Were you pretty tired when they woke you up?
Yes.
Would you say you were a little bit disoriented when they woke you up?
Yes.
And a little bit confused about what these officers were doing here at your door at 5:30 to 6 a.m. in the morning?
Yes.
Doesn't happen every day, does it, sir?
No, it doesn't happen every day.
Thank goodness. And when they woke you up and they said police and started asking your name and whether you lived there, were you a little bit taken off guard?
Yes.
But they were asking you who else lived in your guest unit? Is that what you understood when they were asking who else lives here?
I think I said it was OJ's house, and I lived in the guest house, and I mentioned Arnell's name was living there also.
Now, you had a conversation. Let me ask you this. You pointed out Arnell's unit at some point, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And some of the officers went over to that unit, didn't they?
Yes.
And one of the officers stayed with you, is that right?
Yes.
And while that officer stayed with you, he asked you about whether anything unusual had happened the night before, didn't he?
Yes.
And when he asked you whether something had happened the night before that was unusual, you told him about the thumps, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And then you went on to recount for that officer everything that had happened that night, including seeing the limo driver out there waiting for the defendant and seeing the defendant go to the airport. Is that right?
Say the question again, slower. At what point?
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I do talk fast. You were telling him all of the events that happened that night. Is that right?
Right. There was 2 separate times. So
I know that. So first you're talking about what happened that night with this one officer standing by your guest room. Is that right?
Right. I think that was his name's Mark.
Mark. Okay. And you were telling him what had happened
Yes.
the night before June 12th.
Yes.
And when you told him what happened, did you tell him about the thumps?
Yes, I did.
Did you tell him about being scared and thinking it might be an earthquake or a prowler?
Yes, I did.
Did you then tell him that after hearing those thumps at some point, you went outside to go and check on what had caused those noises?
No, I don't know if that was Mark that time or not. It was a detective I told that to.
Might you have told, excuse me, let me finish. Might you have told that to Mark as well?
I might have.
Okay. And when you were telling that to Mark when you were describing what had happened to Mark at that time, were you still kind of scared about what had caused those noises?
That night I was scared the night in the sleep.
You mean,
I was thinking about that noise pretty much all night.
so when you
Right.
went to bed that night, you were still scared about the noises?
Yeah, I mean, I still wanted to know what that was.
And when those officers woke you up, did that make you concerned that maybe the noises you had heard were related to them being there?
You mean if they were doing the noise?
No.
What?
Then maybe they were there investigating what caused the noises also. Maybe they knew something about that?
Oh, I didn't think that.
You didn't put that together?
No.
But anyway, Mark, that detective, stayed back with you at the guest room and told him about the noises. Is that right?
I can't be 100% positive, but I did tell the story twice.
Okay.
And someone wrote down, I don't know which detective was that wrote something down.
Okay. You told the story twice, and you know that one detective stayed with you while the others went with Arnell.
When I first came out of her room.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And so you might have told that detective about hearing the noises on your guest wall. Is that right?
Yes.
Now that bathroom window that you were talking about, how big is it?
It's, see this desk from about here to the end here, and about the same complete style. Not wooden, but it's the window. It's the same style, rectangle.
It's a
So
rectangle.
it's about 1 foot and 3.5 feet up. It goes that way.
High. Okay, so about 3.5 feet high and about 1 foot wide.
Yes. The same style, rectangle.
It's a
So
rectangle.
it's about 1 foot and 3.5 feet up. It goes that way.
High. Okay, so about 3.5 feet high and about 1 foot wide.
Yes.
And what side of the air conditioning unit is that on?
It'd be on the, if the air conditioning is facing that way, where the air would blow out, it'd be on the right of it.
No. Let's look at it. If you walk into your guest house.
Yes.
Actually, let's do it on the diagram. In your unit,
My air conditioning.
show us where the bathroom would be on this diagram, the defense diagram. For the record, can the court see where he's pointing? For the record, he's pointing to the area that appears to designate a sink and a toilet. Off of Cato's room. And where would the bathroom window be?
Right. We're going to put that.
And the witness has indicated a point just after the entry into the bathroom. And where would the air conditioning unit be?
Okay.
Okay. And you indicated that you heard the thumps come from where?
This area here.
The air conditioning unit. Would it be to the west side or the east side of the air conditioning unit that you told the officer you heard the thumps?
Oh, the thumps I heard to this side, to the
west side.
to the west side.
Okay. So that bathroom window was to the east of the air conditioner, wasn't it?
Yes.
And it was a narrow window.
Yes.
Now, when you went inside and spoke to the other detective, you were seated in the bar area, weren't you?
Yes, it was.
And then you told that detective about hearing the thumps on the wall, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And you were still pretty excited about everything that was going on, including having heard the thumps the night before. Isn't that true?
I was excited about the night before.
About the thumps you had heard, about seeing the officers at your
Oh,
door?
yeah, everything, yes.
Okay. And do you recall telling that detective at that time, when you were seated in the bar, about the defendant being picked up by a limo that night, that he must have you thought he must have overslept because the limo was waiting a long time? Do you remember telling him that?
Yeah, I think I told the story of the entire night
To the detective seated in the bar?
at the bar.
And to the best of your knowledge, as you were telling that detective, you thought that the defendant was in Chicago?
That he was in Chicago, yes.
Was it the detective at the bar that asked to see the keys to the Bronco?
I don't remember that.
You don't remember which one?
It wasn't at the bar when they asked that.
Where were you?
I was in the kitchen then.
Were you moving around the house pretty much once you went inside?
I mean, I know I think I put pants on at one point, but I don't know when, and I don't know. I remember going to the kitchen, and I remember the kids came. It was a lot of confusion for me.
You felt pretty confused and pretty disoriented that morning after having been woken up between 5 and 6 in the morning, is that right?
Yes, and I'll tell you about the kitchen.
Yeah, and you went into the kitchen at some point?
Yes,
Was Arnell there?
yes.
Okay. And you spoke to Arnell at some point?
At some point, Arnell came in to bar area, went back, and I believe that's when she heard the news. I can't be positive, but it was just added to everything again.
It was a pretty confusing scene
Yes,
and pretty upsetting.
yes.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes. Was it a police officer that told you about what had happened to Nicole Brown?
No,
Who was it that told you that?
I had heard it from the area in the kitchen, and Arnell kind of screamed. I was upset, and I heard that.
And you could not tell who was saying it?
No,
Was it Arnell?
I don't know if it was repeated to her. I mean, I can't be positive who said it to her now.
But you heard it being said.
Yes,
Was it by a male voice or a female voice?
it was from her voice after she had heard it.
So you heard her reaction. You didn't hear what was being told to her.
Yes,
And from that, you deduced that what had happened to Nicole Brown.
yes,
Now, you indicated that you saw the defendant leave in a limo. Is that right?
yeah. OJ left in a limo. Yes, I saw that.
Okay. Did you?
No, I'm gonna pose an objection at this time.
Just let me ask you one thing. Are you going to be?
Oh, you know what, let me just confer with co-counsel.
Your Honor, as much as the purpose of these proceedings is to determine whether Mr. Simpson should be a defendant, we would object to the recurring characterization by the prosecution of Mr. Simpson as the defendant.
Well, Whether or not he should be a defendant is questioned, but right now he is the defendant in this case. So there's no, I don't see a problem with his being referred to in that fashion.
Thank you, Your Honor. You knew that he left in a limo that night, is that right?
Yes.
You did not, of your personal knowledge, see him get on a plane for Chicago.
No.
Now, Mr. Kalin, you had been living there for about 6 months as of the night these events occurred, is that correct?
Yes.
And were you able to have friends come over and visit you in that unit?
Yes.
And you were able to, in fact, have people spend the night with you in that unit, weren't you?
My choice, yes.
And you were able to use the pool facilities when you wanted to, weren't you?
Yes.
And you were also able to use the tennis court when you wanted to?
Yes.
And you were allowed to come and go as you pleased?
Yes.
Did you also perform chores and odd jobs for the defendant in return for being allowed to stay there?
No, he never asked me to do anything. I mean, if he said something, I would do it. But
Your Honor, I would
I didn't.
object to this as beyond the scope of the direct, unless counsel is making Mr. Kalin her witness again, in which case questions should not be leading.
Ms. Clark?
That's true, Your Honor. I'll take him on direct.
All right.
Thank you. And Mr. Kalin, did you perform any chores that the defendant would ask you to perform?
Can you say that again?
Yes. If the defendant asked you to do things around the house, would you do them?
Yes. If he asked me, I would definitely just do something.
What sort of things did he ask you to do?
He never asked me anything, really. If I wanted to feed the dogs, he just asked, can you feed the dog? Sure. But nothing, paint the house or anything, nothing like that.
No, I don't mean that. What's... That'd be quite a house to paint. What else would you do around there for the defendant?
But really nothing, unless he said so. There's nothing really asking me to do. You know, feed the dogs is really about it.
That's all?
Okay.
Feed the dogs?
And barely that, yeah. That's it.
And what?
Barely even that. Just, I kind of want to do that sometimes.
Did he ever ask you to watch the property for him or to stay on the property when he was gone?
No.
Did he ever ask you to go and pick something up at the store for him?
No. Well, Gigi, the housekeeper, would ask me that sometimes. I do it.
Okay. Did you do odd jobs around the house, sir?
No.
No?
Odd jobs, feeding the dogs, is that odd
Feeding the
job?
dogs? Sure, anything
Sure,
that you
I
do.
would do that, but I would just do that.
What other things would you do?
I guess go to the store for Gigi if she needed something to be picked up. I think that's about it.
Anything with respect to the laundry or dry cleaning?
I would do that too, but my laundry.
Okay. Would you do anything for the defendant in that regard? Pick it up for him from the dry cleaners if you needed to?
If I needed to pick up something, I would, yes.
Did you do any babysitting for the defendant at any time?
Watch the kids, I would do that regardless, yes. OJ wanted to golf and all, I'd volunteer to watch the kids, sure.
Or take them to the movies?
Sure, yes.
That would be part of taking care of the kids, right?
I'd take them to a movie if they wanted to go, sure.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Mr. Ullman?
Mr. Kalin, you referred to the window in your bathroom as a narrow window,
Rectangle. It is a rectangular shape.
about 2 feet wide.
Objection, that mistakes the testimony.
It's a question, Ms. Clark.
No, I'm asking you, how wide was it?
The wide, it'd be just like about what is that, about 14 inches wide, and I think about 3.5 feet height.
All right. Is it wide enough so that you could stick your head out or your body out through the window?
If you crank the window enough in my room, I think you could stick your head out. There's a screen there also.
Mhm. And does the screen come off from inside?
I don't know if it does. I think the screen comes off, but I don't know how it comes off.
Now, from that window, you can see into the walkway area behind your room, can you not?
If I'm sticking my head out,
Yes.
I've never done it. I can see outside the window.
Can you see into the area where the air conditioner is?
I think you could.
Now, when the officers were questioning you about what had happened the night before, you told them about the thumps you heard on the wall between 10 and 11 p.m., is that correct?
Yes, it is.
All right. Did you indicate that you had heard any unusual noises at all after 11 p.m.?
Nothing unusual, no.
All right. And you were in your room, essentially, from 11 p.m. until the officers woke you up at 5 a.m., were you not?
About 11:15 on, I was in my room. 11:15.
And there was nothing that led you to be alarmed about any unusual events on the premises after 11:15, was there?
Besides the noise?
That's
No,
right.
that's it.
Did you ask Mr. Simpson's permission to use the jacuzzi on the premises?
Yes, I did.
And actually-
That night I did, yes.
Actually, the first time you had used the jacuzzi was that evening before, is that correct?
Oh, I swam in the pool before, and then you can swim into the jacuzzi and back, but I never actually sat down and had the jets on.
And about how often would you say you fed the dogs?
Certain times, twice a week. It was Gigi, the housekeeper, would sometimes just say, "Do you have time to feed the dogs?" I go, "Sure."
Okay. So it wasn't your regular responsibility to feed the dogs?
No, it wasn't my responsibility.
Just occasionally you were asked to do that?
Yeah,
By Gigi?
by Gigi, and sometimes I would just do it.
Well, essentially, would it be fair to say that you were treated like a member of the family?
Yes.
And when you took the kids to the movies, was that as a favor for Nicole?
I just liked doing it. I didn't think of it as being a favor at all.
Okay. But Nicole was the one who asked you to do that?
Yeah, Nicole would ask me to do it, or whoever would ask me, I would do it. I don't remember exactly who would ask me, but I would do it.
Thank you.
Ms. Clark, anything further?
One question, Mr. Kalin, you were not paying rent in terms of money, were you?
On Rockingham,
Right.
I was not.
Didn't you feel like you owed it to the defendant to do things around the house when asked in return for that?
Owed it, I did not mind at all. I didn't really think of it like owing it. I just would do it.
You would do what he asked you to do.
If he asked me to do something, I would do it.
I have nothing further.
Mr. Ullman, do you want to have the last word?
No, witness
right.
may be excused.
Now, as to the motion, he is excused. I think you had reserved cross-examining him with regard to the preliminary hearing in general. Do you wish to do that at this point in time, or do you want to reserve that further? All right. Thank you, Mr. Kalin. You may step down. You're subject to being recalled, and please do not discuss your testimony with anyone. Thanks. All right, we are going to take... Yes.
I ask that he not be excused with respect to either the motion or the preliminary hearing and remain on call as to both.
All right.
Thank you.
You haven't been excused at all, but you may step down and I guess go back up those elevators to wherever you came from. All right, thanks. It's 2:45. We're going to take the afternoon break at this time until 3 o'clock. the case of People versus Simpson. The defendant is present with counsel. The people are represented. Mr.
Thank
Ullman.
you. The defense would like to call Arnell Simpson.
Face the clerk, please, and raise your right hand.
You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Please be seated. State and spell your name for the record.
Arnell Lorraine Simpson, A-R-N-E-L-L-E.
And Lorraine,
L-O-R-A-A-I-N-E. Simpson, S-I-M-P-S-O-N.
thank you. You may inquire.
Ms. Simpson, are you related to Mr. O.J. Simpson?
Yes, I am.
And how are you related?
His daughter,
And how old are you?
25.
Do you live with the Mr. Simpson at the family home on Rockingham?
Yes, I do.
And how long have you lived there?
For a year and 4 months.
And we have a chart to your left there that lays out the premises. Could you show us where on that chart your room is located? All right, and you're pointing to the portion of the guest quarters marked Arnell's room?
Yes.
Now, were you in that room on the morning of Monday, June 13th?
Yes, I was.
And were you awakened that morning by police officers?
Yes, I was.
Approximately what time of the morning did they wake you up?
It had to be about 5:30 in the morning.
5:30?
Yes.
And did the officers tell you why they were there?
No, they did not.
All right, could you recount for us what was said?
They were knocking on my door. I went and opened the door. There were two detectives standing there. They asked me who I was. I told them that I was Arnell Simpson. They had said that they had been outside trying to get inside the house, that they were ringing the bell. And I said, oh, I didn't hear them. And then they asked me where my father was. And I said that I believe that he was out of town. They said, do you know how to get in touch with him? I said, yes, I do. I said, do you know how to, can you get in touch with him? I said, yes, I can.
All right. Now, how were you dressed at this point?
I was in pajamas.
And did you lead the officers then into the house?
Yes, I did. I walked outside my house, outside the door of my room, and went to the front of the house, turned off the alarm, and walked in the house.
All right. So you walked all the way around outside,
Yeah.
around the perimeter of the house. Do you want to indicate with the pointer the path that you followed?
I walked from here this way to the front door.
You're indicating you crossed a rear patio area?
Yeah, right here.
And then around the path.
Uh-huh.
Now, did you actually go in the front door of the house
I
or
went
into
into
the
the
door to the kitchen?
The front door.
The front door?
Yeah,
And you disarmed the alarm?
the alarm.
And you led the officers into the kitchen?
Into the kitchen.
How many officers were with you at that point?
There were two officers with me.
Now, when you entered the kitchen, did they ask you to make a telephone call?
Yeah, they did.
And who did you indicate you were going to call?
I said that I didn't know exactly where my father was, but I could call somebody that would know where he was.
And who was that?
Kathy Randa,
And who is Kathy Randa?
my father's assistant.
All right. And did you have Kathy's telephone number right there?
Not right there. I had to walk out the kitchen door to my car to get my phone book.
All right. Now, where was your car parked?
My car was parked right here.
And could you describe the car?
It's a black Saab.
Now, you're indicating the little indented portion of the driveway leading out to Rockingham?
Yeah, right here. My car was parked towards this end.
And after you obtained your telephone or address book, you went back into the kitchen?
Yes, I did.
And did you place the telephone call?
Yes, I did.
And do you recall about what time you placed that call?
5:45.
And did you speak to Kathy Randa?
Yes, I did.
Now, at this point, were you aware of why the officers were there?
Yes, I was.
How did you become aware of that?
When I was walking out to my car, one of the officers followed me, and I had asked him, I said, I need to know what is going on. And he then told me that Nicole was murdered and somebody else was with her.
All right. Did, at any time up to this point, did any of the officers indicate to you that they were concerned that a suicide or murder might have taken place on the Rockingham premises?
No, they did not.
Did they indicate they were concerned that anyone might be hurt or bleeding on the premises?
No.
Did they ask you whether anything unusual had happened the night before?
No.
You placed the call to Kathy Randa?
Yes, I did.
Could you describe the conversation you had with her?
I called Kathy and I said, Kathy, I have some really horrible news. And then I started to cry and I handed the phone over to the detective.
And the remaining conversation was with the detective and
Kathy, yes.
At the conclusion of that conversation, did you place any other telephone calls?
Yes, I did.
Who else did you call?
I called Al Collins, AC.
And did you at some point leave the kitchen area to
Yes,
get
I did.
dressed?
Yes.
Went back to your room?
I went back to my room. In fact, I made the phone call from my room to AC.
And did you at some point leave the premises to retrieve the children?
Yes, I did.
And where did you go to retrieve the children?
I went down to the police station to pick up the kids.
And you brought them back to
Brought
the
them
premises?
immediately back to the house.
Did, at any point in this process, did you place a call to Nicole's mother?
Yes, I did.
And did you tell her the news?
I attempted to tell her. And then the detective ended up telling Judy.
Now, at some point, were you asked to leave the premises at 360 North Rockingham?
Yes, I was.
Do you recall about what time that was?
It had to have been around 7:15, 7:30.
All right. So by 7:15 to 7:30, you had already retrieved the children and brought them back to the premises.
Oh, yes.
And the officers at that point asked you to leave?
Yes.
Now, at the time the officers arrived at between 5 and 5:30 in the morning, was anyone else on the premises other than yourself and Cato Kalin?
No.
Is there a maid who lives on the premises?
Yes, there is.
And what is her name?
Gigi.
And Gigi was not on the premises?
No, she was not.
And why is that?
She has the weekends off.
Every weekend?
So far, yes.
All right. And did you explain that to the officers?
I believe I did, yes.
Now, I believe you had returned to the premises late the night before?
Yes, I did.
And where had you been?
At a movie,
And about what time did you get back?
about 1 o'clock.
And you were asleep then from 1 o'clock until the officers woke you up?
Yes, I was.
All All right. Anything that caused you concern about what was going on the premises during that entire period?
Mm-mm. No.
You were unaware of any strange noises or any strange occurrences?
No.
At any time, did you tell the officers that they had your permission to search the premises or to seize any property on the premises?
No, I did not.
At any point, did any officer ask you if he could take any item of property from the premises?
No.
How about any documents, letters, envelopes, anything of that nature?
Yeah, at one time, the officer had asked me if he could take an envelope that he had written on, and I said no because it was a bill of mine.
And that was in the kitchen?
Yes, it was in the kitchen.
Do you recall which officer that was?
Lang, Officer Lang.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Ms. Clark?
On the night of June the 12th, did you go out at some point that night?
Yes.
Were you staying full-time at the Rockingham residence at that time?
Yes, I was.
What time did you go out?
I had been out all day. I left, at around 10:30 and had returned at around 1.
You left 10:30 in the morning?
Yes.
And you got back at 1 in the morning?
Yes.
And you had not been back in the house that entire time?
Yes, I had.
When?
At around 11:30.
In the morning or at night?
Morning.
And you came back at 11:30 for what purpose?
I had gone to church and I came home to change.
Okay. And you changed clothes and left again?
Yes.
At what time?
At around 12:30.
And then did you come back to the house again between 12:30 p.m. and 1 a.m.?
No, I did not.
So you were out that entire time?
Yes.
You drive the black Saab?
Yes.
When you came home at 1 in the morning, did you drive that Saab that day?
Yes, I
when you
did.
went out? And when you came back, did you park it in the driveway?
Yes, I did.
Where did you park it? You're showing us on the defense diagram?
Yes.
Thank you. And you pointed to the area, that just below that area is written the word driveway on the Rockingham side of the residence?
Yes.
Now, when the officers first came to your door, they asked you where your father was, is that right?
Yes.
And you indicated to them that, I believe he's out of town?
Yes.
You were unsure then?
No.
You told them, I believe he's out of
I
town.
believe he's out of town, but I knew he was gone. I just didn't know where he was.
You didn't
Out of
know-
town.
Did you know when he had left?
Yes, I did.
Did you tell them that?
No, I did not.
Did you know when he was due back?
No, I did not.
Did you know where he was staying?
No, I did not.
And when they were asking you about your father's whereabouts, you were, I assume, concerned.
Yes, I was.
And so you wanted to, I assume, find out where he was.
Yes.
And so you let the officers in so that you could find that out and perhaps get their help if needed, right?
Yes.
And in order to do that, you had to disarm the alarm because it was set.
Yes.
When you went into the house, were there any lights on in the house?
I don't recall.
And the officers asked you to show where the maid's room was?
I don't recall that.
Do you recall them asking you about the maid when they
Yes.
came in? Do you recall them asking whether she was all right or where she stayed? What room she kept?
No.
Do you recall showing them where she slept?
No.
Is it that you don't recall? It might have happened, but you do no longer remember?
I don't recall doing that, no.
Is it a fact that the maid's bedroom is off the kitchen?
Yes.
And do you recall the officers asking you whether that bedroom was the maid's room?
No.
You don't remember anything about that?
No.
You recall telling the officers that you had been out all night at the movies and you just got back about 1 a.m.?
Yes.
Now, you said that you explained to the officers that the maid has weekends off.
Yes.
Was that when you were in the house with them, when they were asking about where the maid was?
No, that's when I was walking from my room inside the house. They had asked me, does anybody else live here?
And you said, yes, the maid does?
Yes.
And when you got into the house, did they ask where she was at that time?
No, they asked me outside. They had said, does anybody live here? And I said, yes. They said, who? I said, Gigi. Then they asked me, is she here? I said, no.
And were you in the house at that point?
No.
You were on your way into the house?
Yes.
You went to pick up the children at the police station?
Yes.
How far away was that from from the Rockingham address?
Well, we live in Brentwood, so it was in Santa Monica. Maybe 4 miles away.
Okay. 4 miles?
Yeah, I'm estimating. I don't know really how far it is.
What time did you finally go to sleep the night before? You got home at 1 a.m.
Yeah.
on June the 13th. What time did you go to sleep?
Maybe around 1:30.
And they woke you up just 4 hours later?
Yes.
A little bit tired when they woke you up?
Yeah.
A little bit confused with seeing police officers at your door?
Yes.
Feeling a little bit frazzled or disoriented by seeing them and hearing what might be bad news?
Yes.
Before you heard it?
Yes.
Thank you. I've nothing further.
Mr. Ullman, anything further?
Nothing further than that.
Thank you, Ms. Simpson. You may step down. Please do not discuss your testimony with anyone.
The defense at this time would like to call Kathy Randall.
Face the clerk, please, and raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please be seated. Stay and spell your name for the record.
Kathy, the C, Randa, R-A-N-D-A.
You may inquire.
Ms. Randa, are you employed by Mr. O.J. Simpson?
Yes, I am.
In what capacity?
I'm his administrative assistant,
And how long have you been employed as his administrative assistant?
almost 20 years.
And do your responsibilities include his scheduling and arranging for his travel?
Yes.
In what city do you reside?
North Hollywood, California.
Now, were you at home on the morning of June 13th, 1994?
Yes, I was.
And did you receive a telephone call that morning?
I did.
And what time did that telephone call come?
Approximately 5:45.
Now, are you certain of that time?
Yes.
And why are you certain?
Because as I heard the phone ring, as I was running to the phone, I turned the light on, and after picking up the phone, I could see the clock.
I take it it's unusual to get a call that early in the morning.
Very unusual.
And who was calling you?
Mr. Simpson's daughter, Arnell.
And what did she say to you?
Well, she was quite hysterical, and she just said, "Kathy, a detective wants to talk to you." A detective then got on the phone with me.
And did the detective tell you why he was calling?
No.
What did he tell you?
He asked if I knew where Mr. Simpson could be reached.
And what did you tell him?
I asked him if the children were okay. And he didn't respond. And I asked again, and he didn't respond. And I continued to ask, and he finally said the children were fine, but he must reach Mr. Simpson immediately.
And what did you then tell him?
I then gave him the phone number to the hotel in Chicago where Mr. Simpson was on a business trip.
Now, is this a business trip that had been arranged in advance?
Yes.
How far in advance?
Approximately 2 months.
2 months before?
Yes.
And was this business related to his association with the Hertz Corporation?
Yes, it was.
And did you give the detective the telephone number where Mr. Simpson could be reached in Chicago?
I did.
And was that the end of the conversation?
He said he promised he would call me back.
And did he call you back?
No,
Did you receive another telephone call shortly thereafter?
I did.
And who was that call from?
Mr. Simpson.
Can you tell us what time that call came?
That was within about 5 minutes.
And did Mr. Simpson indicate that he had spoken?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
At what time did you complete your telephone conversation with Mr. Simpson?
I would say 2 minutes. It was very brief.
It was still prior to 6 o'clock?
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Ms. Clark?
We have no questions at this witness.
All right, thank you very much. Please do not discuss your testimony with anyone. Mr. Ullman?
We'd like to call Mr. Funk.
I assume that he's arrived?
Yes, he has, Your Honor.
All right.
As to this witness, though, we would renew our request under Penal Code Section 866 for an offer of proof. I believe that if all he's going to be offered for is what was earlier indicated by counsel, then there's nothing relevant in his testimony.
Well, I believe 866 relates to presenting an affirmative defense at a preliminary hearing. Does not apply, I believe, to a 1538.5 motion, affirmative evidence. But what is the nature of the testimony you expect to elicit from him?
Your Honor, to show the nature of the investigative activity that was taking place at the premises and at what time that activity was taking place.
And how does that relate to the issues in this case, do you believe?
Well, Your Honor, essentially our position is that the officers were conducting a search of the premises prior to the time they had obtained a warrant.
Right, well, we'll just, I mean, I don't think that's really totally an issue, although, I mean, that, I think that their motivation is an issue currently. And are you saying somehow Mr. Fung is his testimony is somehow going to bear upon the existence or non-existence of exigent circumstances at the time they entered the location?
No, Your Honor, it's going to relate to the purpose of the actual invasion of the premises, which was to collect evidence of a criminal activity and to describe the nature of the activity he was engaged in terms of collecting evidence.
Well, there was evidence elicited from Detective Van Adder with regard to calling the criminalist and waiting for the criminalist to arrive, and something about a presumptive test done on, I think it was the stain on the Bronco, so it seems to me that it might generally be relevant to the issues. So I'll allow you to call him.
Thank you.
Case, the clerk can raise your right hand, sir.
You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the cause no pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
You may be seated. State and spell your name for the record.
My name is Dennis Fung, D-E-N-N-I-S-F-U-N-G.
You may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Fung, could you tell us your occupation?
I'm a criminalist.
And by whom are you employed?
I'm employed by the City of Los Angeles Police Department.
All right. And could you tell us what a criminalist is?
A criminalist is somebody who collects evidence, analyzes it, and presents his finding in a court of law. June 13th, yes, I was.
All right. Could you tell us what time you received the call to report to those premises?
I received a call at approximately 5:30 in the morning.
All right. And how long did it take you to get to the premises at Rockingham?
I arrived at the scene at approximately 7:10 that morning.
All right. Now, had you previously been to any other crime scene that morning?
No.
So actually, the first scene you were called to on June 13th was Mr. Simpson's residence at Rockingham. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you later go to visit the premises on Bundy?
Yes, I did.
That was after you had completed your work at the premises at Rockingham. Is that correct?
The entire scene at Rockingham was not completed before I went to Bundy.
I see. So there was continuing criminalist activity going on at Rockingham at the time you left to go to Bundy?
No. I completed the outdoor portion of the crime scene at Rockingham and then proceeded on to the Bundy location.
All right. How long were you on the premises at Rockingham before you left?
Roughly 3 hours.
And the activity in which you were engaged included the collection of swatches in order to examine stains, red stains, is that correct?
Yes, that's part of the collection, yes.
All right. And did you also recover a glove from the area to the south of the residence?
Yes.
Now, as a criminalist, are you aware of any test that can be done at the scene to ascertain whether a particular stain is human blood?
Objection, irrelevant.
Over.
We do not do human blood tests in our department at the scene.
Where are those tests conducted?
That is done back at the laboratory by the serology unit.
And how long does it ordinarily take to accomplish one of those tests?
I've never worked in the serology unit, so I can't really give you a good estimation.
Were you aware of any such tests being completed with respect to any of the evidence you collected on the morning of June 13th prior to 10:45 in the morning?
Could you repeat the question?
Were you aware of any such tests to determine the presence of human blood being conducted with respect to any of the evidence you collected on the premises at Rockingham Avenue on the morning of June 13th?
No, I was not.
Thank you, sir. Nothing further.
Ms. Clark?
Mr. Fung, what test did you perform on the bloodstains at 360 Rockingham Avenue?
I performed a presumptive test for blood using the reagents phenolphthalein and hydrogen peroxide.
And what, if any, result does that test give you with respect to stains that may or may not be blood?
That test is a presumptive test, meaning that it can eliminate a suspected stain of being blood, and it is a good indication, if it is positive, that the stain is blood.
And did you perform such tests at the request of Detective Van Adder at 360 Rockingham on the morning of June the 13th, 1994?
Yes, I did.
Did you do so with respect to a white Ford Bronco located there?
Yes.
And with respect to blood drops on a driveway located there?
Yes.
And with respect to a glove found at the south side of the property there?
Yes.
And your results were?
Those tests came back indicating the presence of blood.
Positive for blood?
Yes.
And did you indicate those results to Detective Van Adder?
Yes, I did.
I have nothing further.
Mr. Ullman?
I'm a little bit confused. Tell us again what a presumptive test tells you.
A presumptive test can eliminate whether a suspected stain is blood or not, and it is a good indication whether a stain is blood, but it is not a confirmation. It's not 100% infallible.
In other words, other substances than blood may give you a positive reaction to this test.
There are a few substances reported in the literature that will give a false positive, yes.
All right. So when you say the test is positive for blood, you're not telling us that the test has indicated to you that the substance is in fact blood. Is that correct?
Objection, Your Honor. This is irrelevant. I went into this witnesses the result that he obtained in order to inquire into Detective Van Adder's state of mind and good faith belief that there was blood determined to be on the surfaces tested. The validity of the test, the reliability of the test is a matter for later testimony, I'm sure, and cross-examination would be appropriate at that time. At this point, we're inquiring into the officer's state of mind, and that's all.
Do you expect to go at length into this at this point?
No, Your Honor.
The objection's overruled.
The results of your presumptive test then were not, quote, positive for blood, were they?
They are an indication that blood may be present.
And you indicated that you performed a presumptive test of this nature on a Ford Bronco automobile?
Yes.
Now, was your examination limited to the exterior of the Ford Bronco?
On June 13th, it was.
All right. And how many stains on the Ford Bronco did you test?
I believe one or two. I don't
One
recall.
or two?
Yeah.
Did you check your records to see whether it was one or two?
My notes indicate that it was one.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Clark, anything further?
One question, Your Honor, if I may. When you indicated that there were other substances that may test positive for blood that are not blood,
Yes.
what are those?
There are vegetable compounds that will give a false positive, and there are some other chemicals such as permanganate and dichromate that may also give a false positive.
What are those chemicals?
They're
Let me ask you a different question, sir. Are those common household chemicals?
normally not, no.
Thank you. I'd like to-
Mr. Ullman, anything further?
Nothing further.
Thank you, Mr. Fung. You may step down. Please do not discuss your testimony with anyone of the lawyers.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Ullman, do you have additional evidence you intend to present with regard to the motion?
That completes our evidence for the motion.
Ms. Clark, do you wish to present some rebuttal evidence with regard to the motion?
No, Your Honor, the people are ready for argument.
All right.
We'd ask the court to receive the exhibits marked pursuant to this hearing.
Well, let's see. Now, the exhibits, I don't believe you marked any exhibits with regard to this hearing, although we do have A through H that have been marked by the defense. There was reference to other exhibits that have been marked with regard to the preliminary hearing itself.
Yes, nothing freshly marked. The court, I stand corrected. Thank you, Your Honor. I'd ask that they be admitted to the extent referred to by the people after this hearing as well, then.
And Mr. Ullman, are you moving for the receipt of the defense exhibits?
A through H, yes, Your Honor.
Or is there any objection to the receipt of any of the defense exhibits?
Yes, there would be an objection to Defendant's E. I still don't see the relevance of that. Those were notes taken by Detective Furman. With respect to the search warrant affidavit, again, Your Honor, the people renew their objection. I think that the court had indicated it was not going to receive that. And with respect to G, Defendant G, the 3 vehicle reports concerning the Bronco, those are hearsay. No adequate foundation was laid for their receipt, nor was any theory of relevance, I think, ever demonstrated by the defense to justify the receipt. And the rest are, and with regard to all the photographs, the people have no objection.
All right, Mr. Ullman, do you wish to be heard with regard to E, G, and H? With regard to H, the court has already made a ruling. Unless you have something new to add, I think the record's your record is clear that you felt that was admissible. That's the search warrant affidavit.
Yes, I believe there was a question that was permitted with respect to the representation in the affidavit that the trip was unexpected. So to that extent, we believe the affidavit itself is admissible. With respect to E, the relevance of those notes, of course, is that they abruptly end when the detective left the premises at Bundy, and to show that no contemporaneous record was made of any of the events that he was describing at the Rockingham premises. With respect to the vehicle impound reports, the reference to the coffee stains was contained in G2.
All right, with regard to...
G1 also indicates the time of the impound of the Bronco as being 7:30 in the morning.
all right, let me take them one at a time. The search warrant affidavit, the court doesn't feel that the grounds have been established to admit the entire affidavit, so the ruling stands as to that. With regard to Detective Furman's notes, apparently there was testimony that he didn't take any notes beyond the time that he left the first location, and therefore I don't feel that that then makes what he did write down at the first location admissible. The fact that he didn't take additional notes is part of the record, so I don't think that E should come in. With regard to G1, 2, and 3, there was some testimony about a coffee stain and apparently some testimony about somebody from the media placing a coffee cup down on the Bronco and spilling it. But nonetheless, there was no foundation established for G1, 2, or 3 as to who made them, when they were made, and the accuracy of the information contained in them. In the absence of that foundation, and the people have raised that foundational objection, the items are hearsay, and so E, G1, 2, and 3, and H would not be received. Now, with regard to the people's exhibits, you asked that they be admitted to the extent that they were utilized in the hearing on the motion, and my recollection with regard to that is that there were photos of the Bronco that were shown. I think with regard to the diagram, you mainly used the diagram that the defense prepared, and there were some photos of the driveway area and the house, and photos of the glove and that pathway area. I don't recall just off the top of my head which numbered exhibits, which people's numbered exhibits those were.
Was the court asking for my assistance in that?
If you happen to have that information.
I do. I believe it's 6 and 8 and 9, but I can confirm that right now, Your Honor.
Okay.
That's right, 6, 8, and 9.
All right, and with reference to the motion then, Mr. Ullman, are you going to be speaking to the motion?
Yes,
All right. Does the defense have any objection to the receipt of People 6, 8, and 9 as it relates to the motion?
No objection.
All right, then those items would be received with regard to the motion. It is the people's burden to justify this since we're acting in the absence of a search warrant. Do you wish to be heard at this time, Ms. Clark?
Although it is the people's burden, it is the defendant's motion, and as the moving party, I believe they are entitled to be heard first.
All right, Mr. Ullman, do you care to be heard at this time?
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, I think a good starting point for this motion is with the Fourth Amendment itself, because essentially that's what this motion is all about. It's about the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures. a right that shall not be violated, and no warrants shall issue but upon probable cause supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the persons or things to be seized. I think what we're confronting here is police officers who have the Fourth Amendment backwards, who believe in conducting the search first and then obtaining a warrant. It's important to put this into the context of the search of a private family home, where the case is uniformly recognized that the Fourth Amendment protection is the strongest and the discretion of the officers is the most limited. I don't believe there's any serious dispute at this point, although the prosecution did assert in their motion that the area of the premises at 360 North Rockingham were some sort of common entryway for multiple dwellers in the premises. I think the evidence quite clearly shows that the entire area behind the walls and fences of this home were within the area that is traditionally defined as the curtilage of a home. And as Oliver versus the United States made quite clear, at common law, the curtilage was the area to which extends the intimate activity associated with the sanctity of a man's home and the privacies of life, and therefore has been considered part of the home itself for Fourth Amendment purposes. So the courts have extended Fourth Amendment protection to the curtilage, and they have defined the curtilage, as did the common law, by reference to factors that determine whether an individual reasonably may expect that an area immediately adjacent to the home will remain private. Every iota of the testimony that you have heard confirms the reasonable expectation of Mr. Simpson that these premises would remain private, including the maintenance of electronically controlled gates and the surrounding of the entire perimeter by a wall 5.5 feet high and a fence that is even higher on the boundary between the premises and the neighboring residential premises. Now, there are some limited exceptions to the necessity of probable cause and a warrant before an entry is made into protected premises. And it does appear that the exception upon which the prosecution is placing most reliance is the exception for exigent circumstances or emergencies. It's important, of course, to note that the prosecution bears the burden of proving that they came within this exception with respect to the investigative activity that was conducted at the premises on the morning of June the 13th. The exception for emergencies or exigent circumstances is a very, very limited one. It is limited to situations in which there is an imminent threat, and the kind of entry it permits is limited by the threat that is presented. In this case, what is being urged is an extension of the emergency or exigent circumstances exception beyond any which has been ever recognized in any reported case in the courts of California or the federal courts, for that matter. If Your Honor examines each and every case relied upon by the prosecution in their response to this motion, you will discover that every one of these cases involves a search of the scene of a reported crime, where the police officers have information that a crime has actually been committed on the premises or the premises are immediately adjacent to the scene of a reported crime. And none of these cases involve investigative activity not related to the exigency that justified the original entry. I can go through each of these cases, and Your Honor will discover that they are consistent in this respect. For example, People versus Wharton involved a victim who had been reported missing, and an entry to the home of the victim to seek the missing victim. And the officers found a dead body wrapped in plastic. And the issue was simply whether the officers, by exigent circumstances, were entitled to cut open the plastic wrapper to confirm the presence of the missing victim without a search warrant. In the Tamburino case cited by the prosecution, the police were responding to a radio call that a robbery and a victim was injured and bleeding on the premises that they entered. They found blood spots outside the building and on a walkway of the apartment, and a neighbor confirmed that an injured person was inside the apartment before the officers made entry. In the McDowell case, once again, we have a report of an actual crime taking place on the premises and an entry to investigate the circumstances. It's a typical hot pursuit situation where there was actually a blood trail from the murder to an adjacent house, and the officers were following that trail within 45 minutes of the discovery of a murder. In the Amaya case, again, the officers had a report of a shooting on the premises. They observed a pool of fresh blood in front of the apartment, a trail of blood to a laundry room where they found the body of a victim, and they then entered the apartment in which the fresh pool of blood was found. And finally, Bradford, a classic hot pursuit situation where the police were actually chasing the suspects, engaged in a gun battle with them, and the court held they were thus entitled to enter the premises where the suspects had fled to. So these are the kinds of emergencies in which the courts have recognized exigent circumstances and permitted officers to dispense with the requirement of probable cause and the seeking of a warrant. Obviously, those don't come near to any of the circumstances that have been presented here. We are extending the exigent circumstance exception by a distance of about 2 miles and by a duration of about 6 hours. And that is a long, cold trail for exigent circumstances. Here we have officers coming to these premises at 5 o'clock in the morning, at least 6 hours after the murders that they were investigating had occurred, a distance of 2 miles away from the scene of those murders. The victim, one of the victims of those murders, had been identified at 1 o'clock that morning. And it appears that most of the delay from 1 o'clock until 5 o'clock in the morning was consumed simply in deciding what detectives were going to investigate this homicide. We are told that 4 detectives, the 4 detectives who were most responsible for investigating the circumstances of this homicide, all converged on the residence of Mr. Simpson simply for the purpose of informing him of the tragedy that had taken place at the Bundy location, a purpose that could just as easily have been accomplished by the placing of a telephone call. The officers claimed no exigency, no emergency, until they discover what Your Honor has seen as a 1/8 to 1/4 inch dried speck of substance on the door of an automobile, which could not even be confirmed as being blood after scientific investigation, a stain which was just as consistent with a dripping taco or a driver with hangnail as with any circumstances of murder, suicide, or bleeding victims on the premises. I think it's very important to bear in mind what the California Supreme Court said in the case of People versus Smith, that the belief upon which an officer acts must be the product of facts known to or observed by him, and not a fanciful attempt to rationalize silence into a justification for a warrantless entry. And that is precisely all that these officers encountered at the Rockingham premises. Silence. And from that silence, they have conjured up horrific visions of the need to jump over the wall and enter the premises. Circumstances which do not appear in any of their reports and do not appear in any written form until after the motion to suppress had been filed in this case and the testimony was presented in this hearing. Even more important is the scope of activity in which these officers engaged after their entry to the premises. Even if we concede, and we do not concede, but even if we did concede that there were exigent circumstances justifying a warrantless entry to the premises, again, the scope of their activity on those premises is limited by that exigency. And that is a purpose which could easily have been accomplished in 10 minutes or less to ascertain whether there were any murder victims or suicide victims or hostages or bleeding persons on the premises. Everything the officers encountered immediately after their entry to the premises confirmed that there was no such problem on the premises. Their mission essentially was accomplished prior to 6 o'clock in the morning. They had accomplished the notification of Mr. Simpson. They had made arrangements for the well-being of the children that were the subject of concern. They had ascertained or located no other victims or no reports of any other problems, with the one exception that actually came later, after their mission had been accomplished, of the report by Mr. Kalin of a thumping on the wall 7 hours before the officers were then engaged in investigative activity. And I think everything that happened from then on can only be described as investigative activity, the gathering of evidence of a crime, the precise activity that the Fourth Amendment commands officers obtain probable cause and a warrant before they engage in it. Again and again, we heard the detectives say, well, we didn't know what we had. We didn't know what had happened on these premises. Well, we know what they didn't have. They didn't have a search warrant. And if we were to carve out an exception to the Fourth Amendment for detectives who don't know what they have, in effect, we would turn the Fourth Amendment on its head. And we would say, the less you know, the more you can search. Now, I know, and Your Honor knows, that the pundits and the cynics who are following this case suggest that this case is too high-profile a case for a motion to suppress to be granted. We do not share it.
This argument is improper, Your Honor.
I would ask you to confine yourself to the facts in this.
We do not share that cynicism, Your Honor. I think it's important for us to bear in mind that what is at issue here is the application of an exclusionary rule whose purpose is to teach. And what better vehicle do we have to teach the lesson that the Fourth Amendment is alive and well in Los Angeles? I would close with the words of Justice Brandeis in Olmstead versus the United States. Our government is the potent, the omnipresent teacher. For good or ill, it teaches the whole people by its example. If the government becomes a lawbreaker, it breeds contempt for law. It invites every man to become a law unto himself and invites anarchy. Thank you.
Ms. Clark?
Thank you, Your Honor. Well, Mr. Ullman speaks very eloquently and with a great deal of passion in terms that are very graphic concerning the activities that transpired in the early morning hours of June the 13th. But none of the rhetoric and none of the fine quotations can change the facts as they existed on those early morning hours. He attempts to depict in very graphic terms the search or the activities that were conducted at the location of 360 Rockingham as though a Sherman tank were being driven through the backyard and being plowed in through the doors. In fact, nothing could be farther from the truth. In fact, all of the actions that were taken by the officers in this case were clearly very carefully confined to the stated purposes that they have given to us throughout these proceedings. And I'm going to point out exactly how logical and how consistent those actions are as they matched up with every single motivation they've testified to in this courtroom. Mr. Ullman pointed out that we may have created a new exception here for officers who, quote, don't know what they have. No, that's not a new exception, Your Honor. As a matter of fact, I'm sure the court is aware of the case of Mincy versus Arizona, in which the officers are permitted to enter a location for the limited victim or suspect search. In fact, that is exactly what occurred in this case. They did not enter with guns drawn. They did not enter with helicopters flying overhead or backup units or anything else. If they had suspected there was a suspect on the premises, if they had intended to go in to collect evidence, all of those things would have been done. The fact that they were not done is further evidence to the court that what they were concerned with was an emergency situation of multiple varieties. And as the cases are clear, and the people have cited them in the motion, the officers are not confined to one purpose. They can't be. This is a human situation. This is not a laboratory where you pursue one objective and come to a conclusion, then pursue another one and come to that. These things do not happen in discrete units of time. And try as one might, or one would like, to pin down the events into a sequential order that is neatly packaged, things do not happen that way. And that's what we heard the officers testifying to repeatedly, consistently. In fact, even the civilian witnesses testified in that manner. Cato Kalin, who was trying to explain, well, it happened this way, it happened that way. Well, we got one picture during the questioning on direct and another picture during the questioning on cross. On direct examination, you might have had the impression that the officers came straight to the door and immediately upon seeing Mr. Kalin heard that the defendant was in Chicago. On cross-examination, we heard, no, he's not sure about when that came out. The officers went to his door, he directed them to Arnell. One officer stayed with him, the others went to Arnell's room. He indicated that he then had a conversation with that detective during which he told him about the thumps on the wall. The officer asked him, did anything unusual occur last night? Again, consistent with all of his concerns about what had happened at the crime scene that might relate to the location of 360 Rockingham. During the course of that conversation, Cato Kalin indicates, yes, I told him about the thumps on the wall. I know I told that story twice. I also told some detective about what I thought was the defendant going to Chicago in the limousine, going to the airport in the limousine and going to Chicago. I think I only told that once, and I know I spoke to another detective in the bar area, and that may have been when that conversation happened and when that information came out. Because things are happening in a jumbled mess, and you have witnesses, especially a civilian witness, who is rousted out of bed, in the midst of sleep, disoriented and frazzled, who's unsure of the sequence of events that have occurred at that moment. So things do not happen that discreetly. and for the officers as well. Things were happening all at once. Now, with respect to the factual circumstances as they actually transpired, first of all, at the point that the officers leave for 360 Rockingham, the bloody crime scene, what is in their minds is what they've just seen at 875 South Bundy. They've seen a bloody crime scene with bloody shoe prints leading away from the crime scene and blood drops alongside to the left of them, leaving the crime scene. And that tells them that someone left the scene bleeding. Moreover, they've seen a brown leather glove at the feet of one of the victims. They know that children, small ones, have been taken away from the scene and placed in police custody because they don't know where to place those children. They don't know into whose custody to deliver those children. They also know of the celebrity status of the victim's husband, the children's father, who lives close by, so close by that he's the most logical person to go to. You want to get to someone quickly who can take care of those children, as quickly as you can. The celebrity status of the victim's ex-husband is important because we know about the stalkers. We know that these things are in an officer's mind, and reasonably so, because he has to be considering everything, every possibility that may occur. If he fails to take into account every possibility, then we justifiably are upset. Why didn't you think of that, officer? Why didn't you protect these people? That's your job. And he takes it seriously. These officers did so. They took every possibility seriously, including that. Now, at the point that they left the crime scene, they were going to make a notification to the defendant, and they were going to see what to do with his small children. That they would go to him first, who is the next of kin closest to the children, makes eminent sense. That they would go to him first because he is the nearest relative, only 2 miles away, I think was the testimony, also makes eminent sense, and expect to find him. Now, what happens when they arrive at the location, having all of those exigencies in mind, knowing that you have small children to take care for, knowing the kind of bloody scene that you've just left, and the relative and the ex-wife of a celebrity like this, who may be the victim of a stalker. All of these things are in their minds at the time that they go to the residence and just want to find Mr. Simpson. That's all they're looking to do. Assure themselves everything's all right, take care of the children, they'll be done. And as Detective Furman put it, had Mr. Simpson come to the door, it would have all been over. We would have left. But that didn't happen. That did not happen. And with all of that in mind, the officers go to 360 Rockingham and attempt to raise someone inside the house. They ring the intercom repeatedly and get no answer. Yet there are lights on. There are lights on downstairs. There's a light on upstairs. There are cars in the driveway. They contact Westech and find out that a maid should be there full-time, and on a property of that size, it's probably not unreasonable to think that someone should be there full-time looking over it, and yet they don't reach anyone. Then they finally get the house phone number, and they call that phone number, and there's no answer once again. Now their concern has to mount. These are human beings, these detectives, and they know all the concerns are still pressing on them. No answer to the intercom, no answer to the house phone, and there's lights on and there's cars in the driveway. They have to be concerned. Now a detective has indicated, I see the car in front of the house. It seems to be parked kind of hastily, and I see what I think is a spot of blood on the door handle. They've come from a bloody crime scene where someone left bleeding. They get to this location, they see a spot of blood. Your Honor, I don't care if it's a spot of blood as big as a dime or as big as a quarter. It's unusual to find blood on an otherwise clean car. And a car that's parked hastily, one that belongs to Mr. Simpson, as they've been able to determine, whose ex-wife has just been found dead in a bloody mess 2 miles away. You have to consider that all of these things are happening at once, and they're in these officers' minds. At that point, when they fail to reach anyone, and they get the information that Westech Security has no knowledge that Mr. Simpson is supposed to be away on travel, they get nobody to answer the phone, no one to answer the door, and yet there's indications there should be someone there with the blood on the door handle, they would have been derelict in duty. It is absolutely incumbent upon them to do something at that point to assure themselves that the people inside that house are safe and secure. that there is not something horribly amiss, because they've just come from a scene so gory that nothing could be more amiss than that. And the connection directly to the household of Mr. Simpson is absolutely clear. And if they were to stand outside and think about leaving, think about waiting until Mr. Simpson came home, while someone may have lain dying, bleeding in that location, we would justifiably be upset. We would justifiably call them derelict in their duty, and they could not do that. And so, without calling for backup, without calling for a helicopter, without bulletproof vests, without their guns drawn, they went over, they decided to enter the property. And the fact that they did none of those things I've just indicated to the court is another indication of how consistent their actions were with their stated motivation. If they were looking for a suspect, if they were looking to collect evidence that was of a crime, they would not have gone in that unprotected manner. Nor would they have gone simply walking on the grounds to go and knock on a guest door immediately when they get to the backyard area. In the cases cited by the people and referred to by defense counsel, and I'm sure the court has already read them, one very important distinguishing factor is that in those cases, the courts validated the warrantless entry into a residence, and in some case, a forced entry into that residence. These officers went in and they kicked down the doors. The minimal nature of the intrusion in this case is an important thing to bear in mind. Because far from Sherman tanks going in through that backyard or using battering rams on the doors, these officers simply went into a backyard and knocked on the door of a guest house, which is an entirely reasonable thing to do under the circumstances and totally consistent with their stated motivation. If their motivation, in fact, Your Honor, had been nothing more than to go and find a way to place these children with a responsible adult, given the fact that they were left in police custody for all these hours at that point, their actions would have been reasonable, if only for that motivation. And yet there was so much more, as the court's aware. Now, it is important to bear in mind that these are unfolding events, and as each event occurs, the information gathered spurs further action. So rather than going and searching for evidence, fanning out on the grounds to go and start searching under cubby holes and under tables and inside cabinets, they go for the straightforward thing. They go straight to a guest house in search of someone who could assure them that either nothing was amiss and assist in the placement of the children, or confirm that something was indeed amiss with which they could offer their assistance. They went to the door of Cato Kalin. Mr. Kalin, as he indicated himself, was frazzled and disoriented. They don't know who he is. They don't know why, if he belongs there. He may be a suspect himself. It's truly the case. They don't know what they have. Is he a victim? Is he a suspect? They don't know. They just have to find out. And at that point, when they ask him, well, is there someone around here who can let us into the house and find out if the defendant is okay or where he might be, he directs them to Arnell. Now, while the other detectives then immediately go to Arnell. Another indication that they are trying to resolve a situation that they just don't know enough about. They know a bloody, gory scene, they know that. They know children in police custody for whom they have no immediate placement, they know that. But they do not know what has gone on. And they have to find out, and they have to do it soon. Because every indication thus far has been that someone could be bleeding or dying back there. They go to Arnell. The first thing they want to do is resolve, where is Mr. Simpson? That is the first thing to resolve, because Mr. Simpson can dictate what is done with the children. He goes to Arnell. They go to Arnell and talk to her. In the meantime, not knowing who Brian Kalin is, Detective Furman stays with him for officer safety. Now, while the other detectives go into the house with Arnell to find out, to locate Mr. Simpson, Cato Kalin is speaking to Detective Furman. Now, let me point out again, the actions are entirely consistent with the stated motivation. The officers don't say, well, if you don't let us in, we're going to go bash the door down. They don't go to bash the door down. And they don't, once they're inside the house with Arnell, make any attempt to search, other than to find out, first things first, let's make the phone call. They do the least intrusive thing they possibly can at every bend and turn. If what they were doing there was looking to perform a general exploratory search, if this was a pretextual search, excuse to search, then you would have seen them roaming through the house. That never happened. They went into the house with Arnell, went immediately with her to the phone. Here, make the call. Let's find him. And while they're doing that, as the events are unfolding, Detective Furman is speaking to Cato. Cato is telling him, yes, something unusual happened last night. I heard a thump on my wall. Well, that kind of matches up to the timing of what Detective Furman thinks may have happened, what may have happened over at the Bundy Drive location, and now he's got to think, well, maybe someone did fall down, collapse, and it is back there bleeding. It's a dark area back there, and hearing about 3 thumps on the wall is a very startling thing in the middle of the night. Detective Furman would have been, I think, dismissible for inaction had he not gone to investigate that. So we have yet another action that is spurred by the events. As I said, the events did not occur in discrete units of time. You had a situation with the unfolding nature of the information that was being received that demanded that further action be taken. But at every bend and turn, the action taken was confined to the information that motivated it. Now, there is no indication at any point, I think, that Arnell said the officers were rousting through the house and conducting an exploratory search, and the officers indicated they did not do so. At no point did she indicate that the officers twisted her arm or threatened her to get her to let them in the house and make the phone calls that they did. And in fact, it's very interesting that what she indicates is that she was allowed to go and get the children with A.C. Collins, and she said, I think the station was 4 miles away. And Detective Van Adder indicated that he's decided to secure the residence for a search warrant within minutes of their return with the children. So within a 10 to 15 minute period, you have the discovery by Detective Van Adder on the driveway of the blood drops that causes them to then determine to secure the residence, which is just about the time that Arnell gets back with the children and A.C. Collins. This again indicates that the timing of this is a fluid thing, but there are a lot of events occurring at once, all of which are imparting information to the officers on which they have to act. And they did, and they acted reasonably. Now, once Detective Furman got the information from Cato concerning the thumps on the wall, I think it can't be disputed that it was incumbent upon him to go out and investigate the source of those thumps. But even when he did that, he did it in a manner that was consistent with the stated motivation of being in that place to begin with, because he indicated that he walked down the path, he saw the glove, and yet he continued to walk down the path until he went all the way to the end of the property because he thought that was a location large enough and dark enough that could have hidden the body. He went back, all the way back there and looked, leaving the evidence behind him because the motivation of finding a victim that may need assistance or an injured party that may need assistance was the primary motivation. And although the courts have indicated in Baird and in Duncan that you may not determine that the primary motivation was the emergency, that the officers may have many motivations, one of which is legitimately the collection of evidence. Yet I think it's clear in this case that the primary motivation by all of the actions taken by these officers was indeed to preserve life and to act on an emergency that may have threatened the life and limb of some party. All of the actions taken by the officers is consistent with that motivation. And again, I would reiterate to the court, to test the validity of the assertion that they were there to preserve life and limb, the court need only ask it so. What if someone had been injured and lay bleeding near death somewhere on the grounds while they decided to go and seek a search warrant? Or simply when they failed to get a response to their ringing or phone calls? Just leave. What would we have said? We would have said they were derelict. We would have said that they were incompetent. We would have said nothing good about the manner in which they fulfilled their duties because they would not have been fulfilling their duties. Instead, they did fulfill their duties. They happened upon evidence. It's clear that the evidence they happened upon was in an outside area. And it was in an area that Mr. Kalin had more control, or more access to, I should say, because that was outside the outer wall of his guest unit. I'm not indicating in that regard that Mr. Simpson did not indicate an expectation of privacy with the gates surrounding his property. But I am indicating that there is a lesser expectation of privacy with respect to an area outside the main house that is most adjacent to a guest unit occupied by someone other than the defendant, who is, no matter what he may consider himself, not a member of the family, who's been living there for only 6 months and freely invites friends in and out and performs duties around the house. He himself is exercising dominion and control over the area. And by indicating to the officer the thumps that he heard on the wall, has indicated a desire to have the origin of those thumps investigated. Now, the fact that the thumps occurred hours earlier is simply no excuse for not going to investigate what might have happened to cause them. I hope that counsel is not suggesting that a police officer is supposed to take a report from someone who indicates, well, yes, 3 hours ago I heard gunshots. So, well, 3 hours ago, forget it. Is an officer supposed to do that? Wouldn't that be ridiculous? Wouldn't that be horrifying if an officer did that? It doesn't matter if it was 7 minutes or 7 hours ago. An officer has a duty to investigate what may be a very serious situation that may be indeed life-threatening. And if it was 7 hours or 7 minutes ago, he is incumbent upon him to go and determine if something has happened to someone, because he may yet preserve life. And the officer did exactly what he should do under the circumstances. I would reiterate to the court the cases previously cited of People v. Saldoff, People v. Bradford, and Tamburino v. Superior Court, all of which fully support the search that was conducted in this case. And in fact, counsel cited to McDowell as an example that was inapposite. I disagree. That case is very similar to the instant case. There were a couple of residences. The actual crime scene, I think, that they found was the Bradford residence. The DeCrenza residence had been searched by a previous officer and abandoned when Officer Petrosky, following a blood trail, followed into and out of that residence, leaving evidence there, and continued to pursue the blood trail until he found the defendant. And only after securing the defendant went back without a warrant and collected the evidence. In this case, we don't have any of the problems of abandoning the area of search and coming back hours later without a warrant. Under his circumstances, it was very clear that by the time he went back to seize that evidence, there was no exigency, there was no emergency. The defendant was under arrest, everything was secured. He had ample time to go and get a search warrant. He certainly had probable cause. Did he do so in McDowell? No, he didn't. No, he didn't. He went and he saw all those items, he left, he went to do other things, he came back without a warrant and seized them. Certainly, People v. McDowell makes the search issue in this case look like there's no problem. There's nothing to talk about here. And People v. Amaya is the same. You have a situation where the officers go in, see evidence, leave, come back in, go get other officers, go back in again, over a period of hours, and never bother to get a warrant. That was not the case here. That was not the case. These officers went in with a stated emergency that was reasonable to believe existed. They acted in a manner consistent with that belief, happened upon evidence, and as soon as that evidence was found, stopped everything and got a warrant. Now, it is true that Detective Van Adder called for a criminalist to examine the blood on the exterior on the door of the Bronco. But again, People v. Duncan makes it clear that there is not one purpose that an officer is restricted to, nor is the court required to find that the primary motivation of any officer is an emergency or an exigent circumstance. As long as that is one of those, as long as that is one of the motivations, and that motivation is reasonably held, that belief is reasonably held, then the search, the warrantless search, is valid. And in that regard, counsel has cited People v. Dixon that holds to the contrary. That's an appellate case. That case is disapproved in People v. Duncan, which is a California Supreme Court case that came later. And in that case, People versus Duncan, the court said, and I quote, "It is unreasonable to expect an officer to be unconcerned with the collection of evidence and the capture of criminals. While the trial court must find that the officer believed an emergency to exist, reasonable actions taken by the officer should not preclude such a finding. An officer who is acting reasonably under the circumstances in which he finds himself, as long as one of the purposes is justifiably that of emergency, and I think we cannot have any doubt that that existed here. The fact that he also intended to preserve and collect evidence, should it become relevant, certainly is no reason to find invalid the genuineness of his belief in the fact that an emergency existed. Just as the officer did in McDowell. When the officer in McDowell went running through the house, following the blood trail, he saw evidence there. He decided that it had to be preserved. He went out and got the defendant, called for a criminalist, and went back to make sure that it was preserved and photographed in place, never considering getting a warrant. In this case, especially with respect to the Ford Bronco, parked on a public street with a door handle, an exterior door handle that evidenced blood, Detective Van Adder thought, this may be needed to be collected. We may need this in the future. We may not. We may not. But a careful officer, an experienced officer, a dedicated officer knows that you can never tell what you may encounter. They did none of them suspect that they were at the residence of a suspect. If they had, do you think in a million years they would have gone over that wall without their guns drawn, without bulletproof vests, without a backup unit, without helicopters? Never in a million years. And that's why he indicated to you this was not a suspect's residence. We were concerned for the occupants, not for our safety. And every action they took makes it abundantly clear that that is precisely what they were doing. Accordingly, Your Honor, the court would urge, the people would urge this court to find that the search was reasonably undertaken for the legitimate purpose of preserving life, and additionally, Your Honor, that the car, the Ford Bronco, was in plain view, was seizable under the line of cases under Ross and its progeny, and that that does not constitute a search for which any warrant was required, especially as to the exterior door handle, which is the subject matter of this motion. And we would ask the court to admit the evidence seized prior to the issuance of the search warrant.
Mr. Ullman, do you wish to be heard in response?
Very briefly, Your Honor. Four very brief points. First, if we simply take the officers at their word, that their purpose in going to these premises was to notify Mr. Simpson of the murder of his wife and to arrange for the care of his children, we're left with and conduct a search, but that, we're told, wouldn't in a million years have been their purpose. They were not looking for a suspect, we're told. Now, again, if we take the officers at their word, they said, if Mr. Simpson had come to the door, even after we climbed over the wall and knocked at the door, we would have left. Well, within minutes of that knock on the door, they had accomplished their purpose. The evidence is undisputed that the call was completed to speak to Mr. Simpson in Chicago shortly after 5:45 in the morning. The testimony of Officer Furman is that between 6:15 and 6:30, a half hour to 45 minutes later, is when he first engaged in his foray to explore the area to the south of the residence in the wall behind Mr. Kalin's room. Third, Ms. Clark has said, well, this case doesn't involve rousting. It doesn't involve Sherman tanks invading the premises. But, of course, that's not what the Fourth Amendment is designed to protect us against. It is designed to protect our reasonable expectations of privacy. It is designed to protect against the activity of police officers searching for evidence without probable cause and a warrant. And I don't think there can be much doubt that these officers were searching for evidence. The first thing they did when they entered Mr. Kalin's room was not to look for a bleeding victim, but to examine his clothing, to examine the shoes he had worn the night before. Finally, I think it's important to bear in mind that the whole purpose of the Fourth Amendment is that we don't entrust our privacy to the discretion of police officers who are engaged in the process of ferreting out criminal activity. The purpose of the Fourth Amendment is to have a neutral magistrate intervene between the police officers and the citizen. And here in California, we have magistrates a phone call away. All they had to do was pick up the telephone and they could have gotten a telephonic search warrant. And we were told by the officer, we've never used that procedure. And we might ask ourselves, why? Is it because they don't need to? Is it because conjuring up this exigent circumstances or emergency exception is some sort of talisman that makes the Fourth Amendment disappear? Is it because we don't have the fortitude and the courage to say to our police officers, the Fourth Amendment means what it says? And what it says is, before you invade the privacy of a person's residence, you get probable cause, you go to a judge, and you get a search warrant. Thank you.
All right, is the matter submitted at this time by both sides?
The court is not inviting the people to be heard again, I take it.
No, I'm not at this time.
In that case.
All right, the court will announce its ruling tomorrow morning. We will be in recess at this time until 9 o'clock tomorrow.